Hey there, I'm Eternal, and I'm an object show fan who's on a journey to know everything about object shows. Let's play Object Catchup. Hello and welcome into Object Catchup, the series where we discuss object show episodes right after watching them. Whether they're new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter, we will get to it all. Now, we are back to the increasingly less frequent catch-up. There was, of course, a new round of tournament to showcase, so that took priority for the past couple of days. But we are back to regularly unscheduled programming, and we are, of course, going to start off here with the big boy new release from previously covered creators. I am, of course, talking about WoopDoo's latest episode of BFPOR, or Battle for Palace Objects Reloaded, which has had itself its 6th episode release. As a reminder for what happened in the last episode, we had to take care of the Publas after they were apparently their reputation was greatly ruined, and they proceed to fail to do that in a million ways. There's a song and dance about showing that kindness. I'm pretty sure they win. One of them tries to put them through an epic training regiment, and that doesn't work. And one team, I think, tries to bring them to an orphanage. That doesn't really work either, because that's not the best way for happiness. And also the Blue Brigade loses because, of course they do. Two teams are up for elimination, and overall, a lot of random goofy stuff tends to happen in this show, and more of it is certainly probably on the way, because BFPOR 6 is entitled The Manliest Christmas Ever. Let's jump ourselves right in. Alright, that is episode 6 of BFPOR, and that is an interesting episode. A lot of things happen, and I guess there are quite a few things to talk about, of course, with this one. Now, one of the things which I've always found very interesting is seeing how BFPOR kind of operates, because it's set itself, ever since its return, right, to function under a very different framework than pretty much any other show out there, right? And it's a very much so it's a very interesting engineering off of what BFPOR was, because unlike majority of the classic shows of its time that are ongoing, right, BFPOR started off as an entirely unserious project, right? It's very much so like shitposty in nature then. And as we've brought it back throughout these episodes, right, we've had this kind of this idea where it's like we want it to be real, but we don't want it to be serious, right? And it's had to kind of do a mild balancing act between not going to the air of completely illogical, right? However, like keeping an air of professionalism to at least how it looks, right? While giving it as much creative flair as it possibly can, and it starts to feel very different than your object show, because it starts to feel like a cartoon. Right, like BFPOR isn't really it's not acting under object show rule set. It's just acting under cartoon rule set, which I really enjoy. One of the things which I'm always going to advocate for is more shows in the universe to try to be like Gumball. Okay, where it's kind of like things that happen, they just kind of happen. The plot lines are extreme, but it's just kind of meant to be funny, and there's not gonna be that much riding from one episode to the next, right? And it's just meant to be kind of having a good time with the characters as random insane shenanigans happen, right? And this is kind of it's not exactly that, because there is a competition element, which we'll get more into that, as of course some people might be against how the show does a competition element, but even though there is a competition element, this acts very much so like a show like Gumball, right? Where it just kind of like, bullshit just kind of happens in this show, right? Like, it just does things. And uses it as and uses the competition element as like a vessel to operate these shenanigans under, when like in reality not much is riding on any of it specifically, which I personally think makes it a very good experience, right? Because it's just a show that understood, right, that when coming back, you know, a little over a year ago, it was like, okay, what new can we bring to the table? And it's brought something new to the table, right? The table did not have a show like this. Now it does, right? Which makes it a very nice and welcome thing. Let's actually talk about the episode, though, as we begin, with the Pablo plush keychain, which exists. Look, I mean, it was due to happen, right? Like, the more Pablo shenanigans. I mean, that was literally the gag of the last episode, was that they were mega marketable. So, of course. And we immediately begin with a song and dance. Yes, because we begin with my favorite boy, I believe the currently #1 hyped video on all of YouTube US. Which is pretty cool. We do not have the hype feature down here in the Europes, but you know, for y'alls in the North Americas, that's pretty cool. This is interesting. Now, of course, there was very positive reception to the BFPOR 5 song, right? Show That Freak Little Kindness ended up getting quite a lot of traction, and this song as well gets a lot of traction. As I like to say with these shows, it's always definitely something that you should try to moderate, I would say, musical number, right? Because, like, for as much as the musical number, for example, Show That Freak Little Kindness was a very big deal, right? It's a very big deal of a thing that released, right? And songs do tend to have that air about them. I don't know what it is about a show, especially an Optic show, but like an Optic show song, when it happens in a show, it's got this air, you know, there's this vibe around it, right? Which can make it very special when it does happen, right? However, then it's about kind of reducing the quantity in which it happens, right? Because otherwise each one will feel progressively less special than the next when it's sort of an expected detail, right? Like in BFPOR 5, you're not expecting a song and dance, so when it happens, it's like crazy, right? Here, it's still cool because, like, oh, hey, the song is doing songs, especially Christmas as well, Christmas songs, right? So it fits thematically in as well. But, like, I'd maybe not do a song every episode so that it keeps the specialty when a song does happen. That's still my opinion. But again, it's this show, right? So it can afford to do that. I think that's a train outside. I don't know what that's doing. But yeah, in terms of what I actually think of the song itself, I mean, it's fine. I'm sure that Freak Little Kindness is maybe a little bit better, but this one is more kind of relaxed, and yeah, again, it's relatively well composed. I'm not super pro at music, but maybe I'll pop in a cover of this one after this episode section. If I am feeling up to it, it's another one when I inevitably make the Sing 50 Songs in One Session video, which will be pain and suffering, but I will do it one day. And eventually we end up having the Timothy toy arrive, which is apparently the Epic Santa, until they die because they got mega murdered by Cheese Slice. And App gets mega sad, of course, that Timothy the toy died and the Christmas cheer was ruined. And they officially, an App goes off on him and simply says, "You are eliminated." Yes, you simply got, yeah, like Cheese Slice just got eliminated, just straight up. Didn't get the most votes. The most votes was apparently the pumpkin fella. Cheese Slice almost got the least. Got like the third least. But Cheese Slice just kind of leaves, is gone, and there's not much to really do about it for Cheese Slice and the contestants, the protests. It doesn't matter because Christmas got ruined, and that is an inescapable factoid of life. Now, this elimination does official, and I think the way that voting for this episode works also makes for a pretty significant kind of like I would say statement about how this goes, right? Where a BFPOR is directly going like, hey, So you know this competition, whatnot, right? Like, it does matter. Like, it's straight up going like, yo, you voting, we'll do what we want with it, right? Like, there's not like a rule necessarily, and the show doesn't follow rules, you know, like the cat, like it'll just like we'll just kind of do what we want, right? And that directly plays into the direct thing, right? Where it's like, okay, the competition doesn't matter, and that's what the show's doing now. Should it? Is this a good idea to do? Of course, this show is playing under jokey show principles, where it's like, you know, everything is to following the joke narrative, right? Which includes like removing any and all serious components of a show, right? Like every single component of a comedy show is directly broken down to use as gags, and this includes eliminations. This includes, for example, the voting screens that for the past like 3 episodes have all been gags, and like all of this stuff has been utilized to allow the show to kind of do what it is. Personally, I think that it's fine. I like, if of course you want to do that, you can. I would say, like, you know, if you're going like, okay, let's do this, let's like take the votes and make it a joke where they don't matter, right? But like in my case, like if I personally was making it, I probably would, right? Because like it plays under, like, I would say an interesting logic, right? Because personally, I enjoy the idea, you know, of having like at least like one layer of logic to it, right? Because it's like it allows for kind of an interesting thing to observe, right? Like what do the voters play when everything is in this kind of nonsensical jokey environment, right? Like I personally would keep it logical in terms of voting for that reason, right? Because like I find it interesting to see who survives in this super joke show, right? However, if it, especially when like the ploy that it doesn't is just kind of course for one guy, and you could have maybe played it in the other way, where it's like, okay, what if Pumpkinhead killed Timothy? Like you can probably write around it, but we didn't feel like it, so like it's fair enough, right? But yeah, I don't play against it because it's entirely within the show's philosophy. Personally, I would probably keep the eliminations to some level of sense, but the show doesn't want to, and that's not in the show's nature. So, you know, just let the show do what the show's doing. Nothing else makes sense. Why would this, right? So, yeah, in the meantime, App proceeds to get ultra mega sad, and then as App gets mega sad and like sinks into the core of the earth, we end up apparently trying to solve Christmas. We need to save Christmas, right? And how do we save Christmas? We save Christmas, well, we need to save Christmas in 2 ways. So apparently Timothy Thor is dead, but the other guy, or the red Christmas fella who we all know and love, we need to try to bring him back, all right, because they're still alive, right? According to a status page on Twitter. And as they do that, we end up having so 3 of them go over to do that, and then everybody else proceeds to do a different side challenge. Kind of. I don't know what the challenge is in this episode. There's like 2 challenges, but neither of them are a challenge because, of course, App doesn't actually say anything. App doesn't make a challenge. It's just kind of a thing. Again, this show, like, the challenges don't really matter. You know, like, it's just kind of playing it. You know, like, I feel like if there's ever an opportunity for this show to just ditch the competition altogether, I feel like it might just take it in a heartbeat. I'm not even gonna lie. This show barely cares. This show does not give a damn. If App one day just decides show's over, go do IDFB, they'll do that. You know, like just like it's like we'll probably do that. But yeah, everybody else proceeds to go get a gift for App. However, they decide and everybody unanimously agrees that what App needs is a man. All right, App needs a man because App was very sad. Well, because App said that there's a lot of App. Wait, what did App do? what does App ever do? What App did? Because App, while they were sad, they called out Toy Train, be like, it's easy for you to say you have a lot of things to live for. You have a boyfriend, because of Topaz, right? And then everybody was like, oh, so that's the solution to the problem. Just get him a boyfriend. Which is an interesting approach to take for sure. But they proceeded to try to do that. None of the actual contestants want to do it because, of course, it's App. And they proceed to go over on some adventures. And again, certain things happen. I think my favorite gag was this nothing rap that comes in the avalanche. Right? They proceed to spit some fire bars. This is the rap. That is rap, you piece of crap. This is the I'm cool. This is the rap from the swimming pool. I don't know. And then the avalanche itself just leaves, which is pretty legendary. I that was my favorite guy. That was really good. And they eventually find a snowman. Now, apparently, it turns out that in BFPOR logic, if you put headphones on an inanimate snowman, it will officially turn alive and turn into an epic gamer. So, that's how that goes now. This show really just does what it wants. Again, people are not big fans of them. Little gamer feast for a gamer beast. So true. But they eventually bring him over to App anyways, thinking, alright, fine, good enough. Then we end up going over to the bottom of a random cliff in the snow, where we end up having a hospital, where we do actually have the Santa Claus there. But before we do that, we end up having the other team comprised of the other fellas, these three that are back to driving a van. Personally, a detail that I'm a big fan of is the complete and total inconsistency of the windows. Like the fact that like when we're in the within shot, we see like a realistic background, like freaking trees, but of course not. But when it's a side angle, we just see the actual environment, right? It's kind of interesting. And then we proceed to crash into Crayon, who happens to be now mega hurting. I mean, they're not capable of exactly seeing or living or doing much here. To be honest. But they're just kind of screaming in pain majority of the time, and they proceed to do a kidnapping as well, which is great. With this one here. Now, of course, Crayon, I mean, I get the gag that's being done here, right? Crayon is cake brunch, which means that with App being WoopDoo, that kind of does the thing, right? Which, yes, this is a good gag. I'm also a bigger fan that it didn't win, because you see it immediately, so then it does the pushback, be like, you thought it was gonna win. You thought it was gonna win. Well, they showed don't work like that. So I kind of enjoy it. There's a kind of interesting thing here that this chalk. What was your name? I don't names of characters. I don't remember them because I'm bad at this. But hold on. So they basically decide that they're apparently trying to logic this out. Right? And by just being as dumb as possible. Nothing about it makes sense, so I have to stop expecting it to. I mean, last episode we got eaten by a wild animal, and we almost won. And the one time we did win was because Peppa is an idiot. So I have to be stupid, I then go back to being normal after I win, which is a tactic. And then they proceed to say, see, that's stupid. Because this is apparently their plan. Okay, so the plan here is that we're gonna try to just act dumb or not being dumb. Okay, interesting approach. Again, as I've said with kind of the way that the voting works, I'm personally actually a big fan of putting one logical thing in an extremely illogical environment, because that just creates a very interesting dynamic, right? So that character might be that. Right, we could be doing that. I don't know why I want to say Tootsie Roll. That's not what that is. like a chocolate bar. But like they're doing pretty interesting. Either way, we end up finding the Santa after all that. Clumpus, the Christmas OC, ends up being the Santa, and they proceed to try to get them to come back to save Christmas. And Nothing proceeds to do spit some more bars. But it doesn't end up working very well because eventually, after Pingu trolls a little bit, we end up unplugging the life support, and then Clumpus, the Christmas OC, proceeds to die, which is, a little bit problematic. In the meantime, GameSphere, now adopted by the DVD, proceeds to go over dressed up as a horse to the jail, and they try to find a man in there. Some criminals proceed to get jump scared, because that's fair enough. Until they eventually find the McNugget. And as they find the McNugget, we end up having some chatter about it. There's a good set of of shipping feel in this episode, because of course there is, right? So then there's some lines of of course the Silver Alvin and the Golden Fella, of course Toy Train and Topaz did so. Not really that much in this episode, kind of more in the last one, right? But there's the characters are definitely a thing here. There's GameSphere and McNugget with the line, right? All of these things are definitely happening in the show, which again does give it an air of kind of I like that in this case, because of the way that the show operates again, right? It's kind of cartoon, and when it's kind of cartoon and it's kind of unserious, right? And it's unserious in this capacity, you can afford to give to make a character almost more decided in a situation, so to give them a bigger relationship status, quote unquote, which is something that you won't see object shows in a classic format do very often, because it feels biased. A lot of the time, right? You pay that, not saying that doesn't exist, right? But on average, how many object show characters are just in a relationship, right? How often does that happen? Not that often, right? You can think of some, I'm sure, but it doesn't happen that frequently, because it's biased for it to happen, because it's giving way too much attention, so then it's bad writing because the character don't have the same amount of the screen time, right? And then that always criticized the hell and back, which is whatever, bro. But this show is allowed to do a bit more of that, because of its general less caring about the competition structure, which again is one of the big bonuses. Then they end up running back with the burger. They proceed to win 2 challenges technically at the same time, because they bring back the burger, which was the episode 2 challenge. They proceed to run away with the burger, and then we end up having the presents that App proceeds to review. The first one is the snowman. The snowman ends up actually falling in love with the other snowman who exists, who apparently the Silver Alvin made, and they end up going off together. Then we end up having the crayon fella. Then we end up having. Wait a minute, are you a Tootsie Roll? Wait a minute. What is a Tootsie Roll? Now that I think about it, I have no idea what that is. I just know that's a word. Hold on. What? It's a chocolate. Oh, it is a chocolate. No, yeah, it is a Tootsie Roll. Okay, so I wasn't dumb, because I would just have it in my mind. I was like, oh, yo, this character. My brain is telling me that it's a Tootsie Roll, but it's not. No, you're called Tootsie. Okay, yeah. All right, that makes sense. You made this. You made the Twitter bird. All right, I see what's happening. By the way, I'm just inquiring this right now. I gotta see the status Twitter account in another episode saying dead as shit. This has gotta happen. it's gotta happen. If I don't see that happen one time, I'll be disappointed. But either way, we end up having App almost like a go with Crayon, but then as Crayon continues to say that they didn't have insurance, which App considers assurance because words, that it doesn't quite work. We end up having App unbox the state of Michigan, and after they do that, they end up finding the epic burger fella who's apparently out of here. They just reject App. Which makes App mega sad. It makes App go black and white with circle eyes and just sink into the ground, almost doing a BFB29. No, not BFB29. What BFB episode was the one where Force sank into the ground and did bullshit? I don't remember. But either way, everybody proceeds to do that after they realize that Clumpus, the Christmas OC, dies, which is pretty sad, until they eventually realize, yo, we should be together as one. And we should fix Christmas. If nobody else is going to be Santa, then we can be Santa. But we need a gift to give to everybody. And they eventually find that there's a cheese slice cloning factory from back in fucking BFPOR 1. When they did the skit where they said hi cheese slice a million times. So they clone cheese slice an infinity amount of times, and they deliver a cheese slice to everybody in the world, which might be the worst fate anything has ever had. There's like a rat. Wait a minute, is that an onion? What is an onion doing? All right, fair enough. And with that, everybody is up for elimination. Maybe? I don't. Everybody's up for elimination, but then the freaking. Silver Alvin complains about it. So then Silver Alvin is up for elimination by themselves because, yeah. And then you get to vote. Wait, hold on. Silver Alvin's up for elimination. I'll put two options on the poll. One is a vote to save and the other is a vote to eliminate. I'll let you figure out which is which. Wait. I mean, voting has ended. I can't actually go check because I take a look at episodes like 14 years late. But like, wait, what do you mean? Did they just put two options, vote, and then and then they just decide later which one it is? Alright, I see you. Just put two options for vote and then go whichever one's more convenient is the vote to eliminate. Okay, I see. I got you. I see what you're doing. In the meantime, we end up also having the elimination area where the cheese slice arrives. And as we do that, we do actually have a little bit of a moment here. As App is eliminating some storage because their storage is almost full. They end up deleting the racetrack where Hilarious was still there, I believe, from being unable to run, and just sort of disappeared. They proceed to get deleted, and I guess what happens when the locale you're in you get deleted is you enter the back route. No, I'm kidding. You proceed to go into this like landscape. I don't know what this is. This is like some glitchy airland. Hilarious. They is aware, like they're looking around. So that's kind of interesting. Maybe they're gonna be able to do something in there. Who knows? Something might be capable of coming by. Now we might have some lore here going on. I mean, like it's always like as of right now, it's really difficult to see it. Right. So right now it's really difficult to see some actual lore going on here because the show's so BS that I don't know if any lore's gonna happen. Right, because just random shenanigans. But like, I feel like it could. I feel like it could be interesting. I've always been like a fan of the idea of like a character being like out of the main frame in a way and sort of having like an external way of interacting with the universe, right? Like kind of like that. So maybe Hilarious could do something with that, or Hilarious, as one might say this. But like, probably not, but it would be cool. It would be cool. I would enjoy it. And then with some final art from Kofi, we end up closing ourselves the episode. So that is a BFPOR 6. What do you think of BFPOR 6? It's a good episode. It's absolutely a good episode. Yeah, again, some solid utilization of music as well. Not only like at the beginning, but like also in other moments, right? When it needs to do like a montagey section, it does a montagey section, right? It's just a power of being capable of having your own OST, right? It absolutely buffs. It's a very buff thing, right? Like being capable of listening in to the Your Favorite Boy like instrumental in like while there's a montage happening of like them searching for the Santa, right? Or like the whatever it was called, is in like a simplified manner, is just very powerful, right? Because it gets you more invested, because like it's a sound that you know from here, right? Like it makes sense here, right? Which is just kind of one of its big powers. And in general, yeah, it's one of these shows that is gonna need to maybe might need to wrestle the OSC a little bit, right? Because like as the OSC has, because like you would think the nature of object shows would make the community sort of pull it to unseriousness, but the art of competition always gets people way too serious, right? So like, it has to kind of wrestle it a little bit back, right? And really hammer in the point, like, yo, this show is dumb stuff happening, okay? Stop caring too much, right? Like, there's a degree of not caring that you gotta do to be able to watch this show to a degree, right? Because, like, otherwise, you know, things just won't quite make the most sense. And it'll end up being... It'll end up being problems. It'll end up making you upset when really the show should just be kind of goofy shenanigans, right? And that's why I'm kind of not looking at it too in depth, right? Like, in a way, majority, like, even, I mean, I'm saying I'm not looking at it that. I'm here for half an hour. I've mainly kind of recapped the sections, right? And I've tried to give in a sort of external lens, because I do believe that the tactic that this show has been built under is more interesting to observe than kind of like the actions in the episode themselves, right? Because, like, you know, the actions in the episode themselves are, again, just kind of supposed to not be looked at too deeply, right? It's just supposed to be like, this was funny. So like, there's not like as much to look at, but in general, it's entertaining, you know, and at the end of the day, right, like, with a lot of shows turning into more serious shenanigans, it's nice and cool to have a show that goes in the opposite direction and just simply goes like, yo, I'm gonna be fun little show and not care too much about it. So that so I think it's one of the, I would argue it's probably one of the most healthy like shows for the OSC to exist. I'm gonna say I think it's one of the most healthy shows to exist, because like it's just got that. It just got that air, you know, like it's got that very kind of clean, like there's very little to dispute the show. It's gonna be here, do its fun little thing, and you know that's happening, right? It's good. There's a degree of professionalism to production that is not gonna like that is probably not gonna randomly crumble. And you can reasonably expect episodes to release, while at the same time keeping itself to a fun formula, and it's probably not gonna go too in depth into the lore. Not saying that it's completely disallowed to do that. Not saying that it's disallowed to randomly switch over, but it would be a significant vibe change, and I'm not sure if it would go down super well. But anyway, if I'm feeling up to it, maybe there'll be a cover, or maybe I'll leave that to another day. I don't know. We'll see what I'm gonna do. But yeah, that is the BFPOR, the BFPOR, the BFPOR, the yes, that one. Yeah. Let's do this. Favorite boy. Reliable season, you return without fail. Just as my spirit begins to turn frail, with nature aglow and the ground glistening pale, that holiday feeling it cures all my ails. But I couldn't care less, 'cause this season's about the jolly Christmas man with lots of gifts to give out. He's magical, mysterious, has cheeks red as a rose. He's the one and only Christmas mascot everybody knows. Timothy Toy, you're my favorite boy. I've been delightful, so bring me some joy. I want every movie ever made on Blu-ray. I want some headphones, gonna rock out all day. I I want to skate so I can roll with my train. I want lots of games, no interruptions while I play. I want a pizza and a cookie and a race car and a pizza cookie and a race car pizza and a cookie race car and a... Dude, I want food dye so I can change up my look. I don't want a thing from that tiny ugly crook. Get into the spirit pingo, I don't wanna hear it from you. That was very, very rude. Like you get any with that attitude. I could use some arms and legs, even just some hands. Ew, I wish there was more than just one on this island. I'd like to know where Honor of Games here has been. We can't start the elimination without a fan. How I wish with all my might to be free from the combs tonight. Someone, oh someone, please whisk me away from an orphan cone worse inside holiday. Dada? We need you for the challenge. Timothy Toy, I'm my favorite boy. I've been delightful, so bring me some joy. He's only a few inches tall, but he can really do it all. If he can bring me what I like a certain burger bag. All wishes and more can come true. Thanks to Timothy Toy. Alright, it's been like a million days because I, instead of singing one song, I decided to go sing 50, but, next up on the lineup, we are going over to the Yelmerald channel because about 40 months ago, the 11th episode of Mystery Box Madness Better released, or MBMB. Now, as a reminder for what happened last episode was absolutely enormous socks to sock, where there was a lot of lore dump on us after Saki ended up getting their minds split. One of them ended up being super evil, and then like the memories and everything. It was quite an interesting day. We got to see the full story about Saki and like leaving the landscape and everything, and then eventually them falling down and bonking their head and all that stuff, while at the same time there was a Price is Right challenge that I think was happening at the same time, which is interesting. And then like Geo does quite a lot of things. Mr. Hat eventually ends up getting eliminated in the episode with a couple of votes. Ends up apologizing to Pizza, which they do that even though Pizza, I believe, won the rejoin, right? So nobody ended up winning the rejoin, I'm pretty sure, right? Even though, which was also a thing in that episode. A lot of things happened in that episode, but not actually that many things changed in terms of the current status of things. So MBMB 11 is entitled Dip Your Foes. Go. Alright, that is Mystery Box Madness Better MBMB 11, Dip Your Foes. And alright, we have what I would say is definitely a kind of more standard MBMB episode, right? The past couple of MBMB episodes definitely went by a side plot, but this one is very much so, right, in that kind of crux of the competition, right, where like it's very, very in the know-how of itself, right? It plays it where the competition is the most relevant aspect of it. It's kind of, you know, total drama-esque in a way that I've always enjoyed. I've talked about this, you know, in full detail in my MBMB episodes when I of course watched it, and then you know later when I watched like MBMB 10 and all that stuff, like I've talked quite a bit about how the general system of MBMB works and how it's pretty good. I always like to kind of drop by a quick reminder of the general opinion because it's been a while, right? Like it's definitely been like 4 or 5 months since I've actually talked about MBMB or that I've watched MBMB, because while this episode released 2 months ago, I've of course not watched it, right? For quite some time. time because of me being busy doing every other thing except Catchup, which is not a good idea. I should start doing Catchup more. But we begin here with Sticky and Levery, not the greatest scientists in the world, actually having kind of a good idea. Where if the inside is bigger than the outside, but there's only one entrance to the inside from the outside, if we create an entrance to the outside from the inside at a place that would be theoretically impossible, what the hell happens? If you do it from the back, it does work. However, they end up eventually ideating to do it from the cafeteria, which is right next to the entrance, because that's not a place that technically exists on the outside, right? Because there's too much proximity to the door for that crack to actually form anything. So they proceed to do that, and as they do that, science, they ended up unleashing the void. Yes, they go out of bounds. Now, the Backrooms movie not released when, we're almost there, to be fair. But like, yeah, they ended up but yeah, they definitely get sucked up into the void, and then the entire hotel ends up slowly getting sucked up into the void. The void is too strong, and then Bottle Cap proceeds to friggin' like get them to do the challenge on the like island resort basement thing while the hotel is getting fixed. And by hotel getting fixed, I mean for the meantime that Bottle Cap doesn't bother to ask the boxes to fix it, because Bottle Cap is still, you know, suffering from the what the hell happened? It's a sketchy episode, right? The episode where we try to force them to stay up, right? So we're still kind of suffering from that. And in the meantime, we're having a challenge, which is wipe out, or in this case, wipe off. Where it's just wipe out. There's 3 stages. The first one is an obstacle course. The second one is a balance beam, and then the third one is a final 1v1. That final 1v1 is also included in the. It was also part of MBMB 10, if I'm not mistaken. However, there they utilized it as a gag, right? To go like, oh, armless contestants are armless and stuff, right? So, haha, they're going to do the challenge, right? It ends up being a little bit of a mess, but like, they're like, no, wait, we can actually do this in a way that is interesting, so we're going to do that, right? It's maybe, it's part of the thing with the concept, right, of the kind of like having every episode follow a reality show procedure, right, where it's like sometimes you want to do gags with that, right, so then have one specific as a joke, but then maybe you actually want to do it, right, and you can see that being portrayed here by the show in full aspect, right, where it kind of has to retreat a little bit. Overall, it's fine. I don't think anybody minds, right? It's probably like it's one of those things that's probably mildly annoying to write, because like, god damn it, I gotta now make an excuse for why I'm doing it again. But like in general, if a viewer looks at it and it's like, will anybody get outraged? No, not really. So we can keep it moving. And then we end up starting off here to the competition, where Levery realizes that they're the only armless person left. Armless people represent, and then we end up having the first part, which is an obstacle course. USB proceeds to immediately stop in the middle of the obstacle course to try to use hammer to knock off Racket, literally right at the beginning. You could have waited a little bit, you know? You could have waited a little bit. Just knocks off like Racket when Racket can get up back in like 10 seconds. It's literally right at the beginning of the course. Come on, USB. You gotta understand that it's a bigger hit if they fall at the end now. But either way, Lance and Sticky proceeds to agree to go together after Sticky convinces Lance not to push them off. So they proceed to do that. And then eventually Hammer tries to apologize to Racket. Racket gets upset. We end up having then they throw Hammer again, and it ends up hitting Scissors, who ends up getting knocked off. Levery ends up bouncing off. Yet again, big power in impact in terms of animation. This like the especially in the battle that eventually, of course, later on happens. Animation in this show is very interesting. I'll talk more about that, of course, in a little bit, but. In the meantime, some fellas are progressing. They end up throwing Scissors like a boomerang because they got bent up by getting hit by a hammer. And they get thrown up by a boomerang. Now, I don't... a little bit of a correction, not how boomerangs work. Because you would need to throw the boomerang in a... Is that how a boomerang... I don't think that's how a boomerang works. Because you would need to throw it up, right? But then it gets thrown up, but it ends up swinging back laterally. I don't think that's how, unless you throw it up like diagonally in a way where it swings itself up and then eventually goes back laterally to the right at a higher height than before. Is that possible? I don't actually boomerang a lot. To be honest, I don't boomerang a lot. I mean, I have never boomeranged in my life, so I don't know how that works. But ends up cutting the rope that ends up dropping by USB, which is quite an oof. And eventually from plank and hammer, with only one spot left, they end up throwing hammer instead, because it's easier to throw than plank. So if somebody has to get by, it's going to be hammer. This means that the USB, lever, and plank proceed to get both pretty cooked up from the first challenge here. Yeah, the plank hammer thing, it just kind of didn't work because it kept like a steady pace behind, was kind of the situation, right? Like they never actually tried to overtake, which meant that they were always behind, and they were pretty much at the idea of like, okay, let's sabotage them, right? And then by sabotaging them, something's gonna happen, but it just kind of doesn't end up happening. Hammer, of course, gets by, but like, yeah, it's kind of tough. Levery is the only one that fails, but Levery, of course, is armless, so the obstacle course ends up being significantly tougher, right? Scissors are starting to get sick of Rocket because, they're trying to be an X-Elite, and then, yeah, they have this realization that, yeah, they're an X-Elite, right? They inserted themselves into the Alliance, but the previous X-Elites are still going to side with each other more than they're going to side with Scissors, right? Who's, a more out there member, which means that they can't necessarily just rely on the X-Elites winning, right? Because, well, okay, maybe they'll be safe for a bit. They'll eventually get turned on either way, right? It's a ticking time bomb, so they have to try to do something about it. One of the freaking boxes is hosting a drink stand, which ends up being relatively useful. I like the usage of the cool S for the drinks. But Plank proceeds to drink some margaritas with USB, as USB is still trying to eventually actually form a bond, right? Because USB has this, mildly complicated situation where they're overly tactical, and that gets people to be suspicious, but their overly tactical realizes that, and therefore means that they actually have to try to do friendship, right? And they have to try to make connections in this case, which includes drinking margaritas. So we'll see if that's actually going to work, right? We need to see. It's kind of like, how committed is USB to the bit, right? Because it's like, the law of, the way that in this type of show, right? The way that, like, a tactician ends up playing the game is very much so dependent on how much they're willing to put on an act. Right, because when you're tacticking something out, the tactic that you might want to pull is definitively different to what you might be necessarily, right? Which means that, for example, you have to, act around people you wouldn't necessarily like, right? You have to ally with people you don't necessarily get along with. You have to bond, right? In different ways, which some tacticians will try to do, right? Will try to put on that act, and then some won't, and you'll just kind of try to do their own game, but with additional thinking added onto it. USB seems to be the latter, as in, like, you see that USB's personality doesn't change that much, right? in the way where, like, USB is very tactical, and you'll see it. You'll see the kind of smartness, quote unquote, at play in it when it's being delivered, which is there. But it does seem like USB might be willing to put on a little bit of an act, right? To try to, like, get on the good side of some of the people. We'll need to see how much, right? It depends. But we'll have to find out as time proceeds to progress, all right? And as that happened, they end up eventually going over to the cylinder challenge, the second challenge. Yet again, I am a big fan of the detail of actually having the island with the people on it on the background. That's actually pretty cool. And they proceed to do that. Hammer eventually ends up falling from Scissors. Sticky proceeds to eventually get hit off by Lance. My favorite gag of the episode happens is that Sticky says "wait," and then Lance actually pulls them up for a second and be like, "What you want? You said wait." And then Sticky said, "Oh, I don't know. That's just like a thing people say when like falling." And it's like, oh, okay. And then they dropped them back down. That was my favorite. That was a great gag. That's a 10 out of 10 gag right there. Eventually, we end up kind of having a little bit of a technical stalemate, right? Because below just kind of laid down is Racket, who can be below, of course, the freaking thing, which is usually, by the way, why there's two. The cylinder, like there's a reason why you can't just lay down in the wipeout cylinder. There's supposed to be a second one. Did you know there's a cylinder that spins fast, and then there's a cylinder that spins slow, right? But you have to jump over it, right? That's how it works. There's two cylinders in wipeout, not one. So I'm feeling so I'm not too convinced. But anyways, eventually Lance's biggest fear ends up getting used, which we discover is officially tickling. Yes, Lance's biggest fear is tickling. And they get really upset about the fact that Scissors use that to them, and they'll eventually, of course, get mad about that. You see, I'm saying a lot of eventually because, like, as is with kind of these reality show episodes, you can see that things kind of lead into the other, right? Like, it has a good memory, basically. This show, it's nice. Because like that's also one of the strong points of that kind of reality show-esque part, is that they have relatively good memories, because of course the people remember, but it's harder to write that into a script. But this show also, as you notice, has a bigger memory when it comes to these things, even within the same episode, but also across episodes as well, right? Which is nice. Eventually, Racket and Scissors end up getting into it, and then Scissors gets fully off at Racket and proceeds to say words. Who knows what Scissors could have possibly said, but it's pretty crazy. And they eventually proceed to go over and have the final battle, which ends up being just a full-on battle scene, fully Omega animated with, of course, the high caliber of animation that this show's managing to pull off, because this is just, like, I gotta admit, it's one of the strongest duo teams that I have seen, because, like, you have this high complexity, extremely fluid animation from Marble. However, it keeps it at such a stylistic equivalent to the regular MBMB style, right? Where like it can like pop in and it doesn't feel off, right? Because that's kind of the complication that sometimes happens, right? When you're doing a high level animation for a scene, right? Is that sometimes it'll feel off because like it's not it won't be stylistically the same, right? Because you hand it off to somebody else, right? There's a swap right out there at that moment. But there isn't, but like, while there is a swap here, there doesn't feel like there's a stylistic change, right? Like there's a style to, of course, how the movements move, obviously, to allow for the fluidity. But in terms of how the assets themselves, and even how the assets move, it's like it's a relatively, like, combined, right? And it allows for like the tag team to work very, very well, right? Like it combines in a way where like the puzzle pieces, they fit perfectly, right? It's a very good duo, and it's powerful, and you can especially see it here utilized in its in one of its best forms, right? Because it makes sense, right? In this case, whereas like sometimes in another episodes, while it did do funny gags, right, with like breakdancing and whatever, actually seeing it pulled off in a scene that's like a big deal, you can see it worked under its best umbrella, right? Where like it makes perfect sense and it doesn't feel off, because it's a big scene, therefore it gets big moment, right? It gets big focus on it, and what's better to get the big focus on it than being like, holy shit, the animation's good, right? Again, doesn't mean that the regular animation is bad, it's good comparatively, right? Because it's, of course, you know, the high fluidity, which is very nice. In terms of how the battle actually goes, I mean, what the hell? You like, Scissors fucking cuts the leg then this Rocket still Racket still has control of the leg and proceeds to kick Scissors off with it by bouncing it. Like, look, there is no way that's how that works, but we're gonna pretend. Okay, we're gonna go with that. We're gonna move along with that, but yeah, eventually, game strategical talk proceeds to happen, and eventually they end up having Scissors. Apparently, will go try to talk to Levery, because Scissors upset about Levery going on over Racket. Say Scissors tries to go do that, however, Lance is upset. Then, in the meantime, we see what the X-Elite's plan actually is. The X-Elite's plan is to say that they're gonna eliminate Plank, and then they're gonna eliminate Scissors instead. So that's kind of interesting. Scissors tries to talk to Levery. Lance gets very upset about, of course, the fact that the fear was actually utilized against them, which is fair. They proceed to drink it, and they give the drink to Racket, and then ends up moving on. Levery does actually still want to talk to Scissors, though, which is nice. So at least, bros be brosing. Right, bros be brosing. Levery hasn't completely, broken, like, all the broship. But eventually, Sticky and Scissors need to tag team to try to be like, I think that, she's using it. And yet again, kind of the same conversation happens. However, they'll go like, let's do a loyalty test, all right? Now, by the way, I don't actually know what the loyalty test is. Did they do it? Did they? Am I dumb? Did they actually do the loyalty test? I don't think they did the loyalty test in this episode, right? I don't know. Like, they say a couple of lines, but I don't think they talk to Racket in the episode, like at the elimination. But I don't think that was a loyalty test. So maybe that's like a different episode. But maybe I'm dumb. I don't know. But either way, USB. They actually proceed to give the idea to USB. USB, I don't think really believes it, but USB gets not convinced by Levery's attempt at lying, at all. But then the USB proceeds to tell them to not taking order, because they'll be like, have you ever tried to be solo? Have you tried to play solo? Have you ever tried not taking orders? And then Levery goes like, whoa, this is so deep. My dad told me when I was little. And then they proceed to do a story. Again, there's interesting things to kind of be said there about, like, Levery. Yeah, does seem to definitely be a bit more consistent. I actually listen to orders than other people, because, like, if you think about it, right? If Levery were to listen to that and then go over and be like, oh no, yeah, you're right, I'm gonna play it solo, you're still listening to somebody. You're taking orders to not take orders, but you're still taking orders from somebody to be independent, right? So it's just kind of interesting. It's like the act of playing solo would probably be to disregard that, right? Taking orders. USB... Okay, here's the thing. USB proceeds to call Levery dumb after Levery proceeds to be like, I'm on a team, and being on a team means helping somebody other than yourself, and I'm a team player, right? Which, I actually think is correct. The rare moment of time where Levery, I think, says a thing that I kind of agree with, strategically speaking, right? Because it's like, the act of playing independent is not playing off of your own mind, isn't necessarily not listening to anybody ever. Not listening to literally anybody is death. Right? It's completely gone, because there's nothing about that's gonna make you win, because you won't have allies, right? Like, you need to listen to some people, right? If the other people listen to you, but Levery however choose allegiances, right? Like, if Levery proceeds to take advice from literally everybody and proceeds to change their approach about it, then they're listening to literally everybody, and they probably should change. But the fact that they proceed to not listen to USB telling them to go solo, right, and they proceed to go like, no, I'm a team player for my team, then you can see, I think that's more playing your own game than it would have been for Levery to actually go and listen to USB. right? And so I think Levery actually does the correct decision there. I actually like that decision from Levery quite a lot. It's a rare moment where I actually think Levery does really good. So good stuff there from Levery. And anyways, we end up having the elimination where Lance ends up getting successfully eliminated after the fellas from... Was Lance getting eliminated loyalty to... Was that the idea? Maybe I think that might be the idea, right? Okay, I think Sticky and okay, I think maybe that's what it was, right? So like have Sticky and well, hold on? What is this loyalty test? What are they testing? Like by eliminating Lance, are you like implying that like by doing that Racket would continue to be with Levery? Or like would be with Levery more? I don't know. Yeah, because like I feel like no, I don't. Or are they gonna ask later about Lance to Racket? Because I'm trying to figure out what is the loyalty test that they've actually pulled. Because they successfully agreed to vote out Lance, which was the idea, which was attacked by USB. USB was like, yo, try to convince, if you can convince Levery to vote off Lance, then we can do that, because we have Sticky, who's the honorary actually, however, kind of doesn't like Lance either. So we can do that, right? And Caesar's gonna vote, yeah. So like, well so like, they do successfully pull that off. But it's like what's what does that have to do with the loyalty test from Levery, right? Like what, like the Levery, because Levery would have, I don't know. I don't know, bro. I maybe didn't really get it, but either way, the episode proceeds to end. And Lance, which by the way is animated quite well. I do gotta admit, like in this moment here, where like lean forward and stuff, like stuff's like there's a lot of animation moments where like it has the charm, right? I do think I like the way that this show looks. I think it's got the charm to it. And the way that it does like angles and stuff. But overall, yeah, that's MBMB 11. I'm definitely running over time with the discussion of this episode by quite a bit. But overall, I feel pretty good about that episode. It's more classic MBMB, right, which was kind of needed. It took quite a bit of time to delve off into a little bit of its own backstory, which is interesting, right? But at a certain point, it does probably have to switch back to home base for a bit, right? Which it's doing here again. I think MBMB 12 is already on the horizon due to how long it took me to take a look at MBMB. I'm not taking a look at MBMB Remastered right now because I want to give time to observe new shows rather than rewatching kind of things that I've nearly already watched. I do plan to watch it at some point, but I think there's bigger priorities than that. But overall, yeah, enjoyable episode. There's a lot of the strategy talk that I personally enjoy. It's very different to your average show, right? Like it's very focused on the tactics and the relationship situations that are actually going on within the characters, right? Which makes it feel which makes the show feel very alive. It's a very alive show, because like there's the characters are not ever like fully blindsided, right? Which is something that, in viewer voting shows can sometimes happen, right? Characters just feel like they're just kind of there, right? They're just orbiting with the show without really actually doing anything of note for themselves, which is weird because, like in a reality show, everybody will, like, very rarely will people just accept the role of orbiting the show without actually doing anything, right? Whereas, in this case, you could tell that pretty much everybody is doing something active, right? And has been for a while, which I think is a big W for this show. Anyways, we'll go over to the next section now. Cool. Next up, we're going to go over to the PoisonousB channel because I believe maybe the thing that I have spent, that's like the longest way back in the actual like things to look at, is Worst Objects Are Episode 2. Not sure why, like 4 different times I've somehow barely not gotten to it, which is quite dumb. So, Worst Objects Are... episode 2, released over 2 months ago, is entitled The Sinister Grip. As a reminder for what happened in episode 1, it was a very loud episode because loud equals funny, where random things and gags proceed to happen. The challenge is to hug the host, which is the green circle, and then some fellas proceed to do that in various degrees of success. Some like freaking get thrown or fall off a plane or whatever. But they managed to do it. Some don't, however, which are basketball, bendy, straw, and dollar. Dollar probably due to, I don't know, richness. Yeah, let's see what ends up happening in episode 2, which is entitled The Sinister Grip. Alright, that is Worst Objects Are, Episode 2, The Sinister Grip. Now, I'm gonna try to talk about this, even though I technically can't really, because there is one interesting thing about this show that it is experiencing as a result, is that it is a reloaded variant, right? Like, this isn't necessarily a new thing, right? It's a previous thing that we're kind of redoing, right? Which usually is pretty normal, right? However, in this specific scenario, and in fact, you'll notice that, of course, I'm not watching the original to watch this, it's because, like, this one does that while playing under joke show rules, right? Where despite the fact that it plays under joke show rules, of like, you know, kind of being very memey with the times, right? Like, it's like, yeah, joke show is not the correct term. It's like meme show, right? It's very on the time with the memes, right? And by this I mean it was 2 months ago with the memes because I'm slow, but like, you know, it's very on time with the memes. Like when you gotta remaster it, you kind of need to switch some things around to actually pull that off in a way. So I think that like the clash, and you can see some of the comments point out like that the clash between what has to happen for the show to be funny then and what has to happen for the show to be funny right now is is a big variance, right? So by pulling off the reloaded, you are pretty much not making a reload. You're basically just making it from scratch, right? Like there's very few events that are probably gonna actually match from time to time. Probably some of the plot-ish things, but on average, 90% of the ride is gonna be completely different, right? Which is interesting. But anyways, let's play Is It Funny 2 months later, yes or no? We start off with the first quarter showing Cookie burnt food, and Cookie doesn't like it. I'd like this gag because it's a cookie. But then the bendy straw gets annoyed, but then it's official elimination time. They proceed to walk over to the elimination area, even though they're all in a white void. However, there's a tuft of grass. Oh my god, this is so exciting. For some reason, basketball, he licks the grass. Dollar and green fella and the host look at each other because, I mean, they did that in episode 1. And Dollar proceeds to win the prize, which is turning into stone. And by stone, I mean metal. They turn into metal, and the metal that makes you blue. There's many things that are wrong with that, but either way, basketball proceeds to dance. They end up doing the freaking what dance they do? What the hell's the song called? Oh my god. I gotta know what it is. The Foley, the one with the dancing. Okay, with the idol who's doing what other people ask. Okay, that one. I don't remember the name of the song, and I don't want to sit in silence for 5 seconds trying to figure it out. But anyway, they proceed to do the dance. And the bendy straw proceeds to get eliminated because they're one of the only normal ones. They proceed to go, oh my god, it was special, this is so happiness. But then no, you're abnormal. So then they get upset that they end up taking a chill pill. Then eventually we end up having the challenge, which is to not get touched by the green circle. This is of course the anti of the last challenge, where the challenge was specifically hug circle. Now it's to not be anywhere near. We proceed to have like an alliance. They proceed to do a Plants vs. Zombies gag. This isn't necessarily timely to anything. I think Poisonous just likes Plants vs. Zombies. Log proceeds to teleport because they can do that. In the meantime, Cookie is ripping the time and fabric of the universe because, of course, they like to do that. And they were going to use that to hide, but Log proceeds to hide first because ladies first, despite the fact that I don't think that's quite correct. We end up having Green Circle ever find Cookie, and Cookie doesn't actually end up going into the warp of space-time continuum. Not sure why. It would still probably be a pretty good hiding spot. But either way, first quarter gets upset at the cube fella that I don't remember the name of. For not moving, and then they proceed to get hit with a chicken butt joke, which ends up absolutely devastating them, which, you know, fair enough, that does tend to happen. They eventually beg for mercy from Circle, and Circle goes like, okay, and then proceeds to dip away, to fly off, like that one meme happened. Then in the meantime, the magic ball ends up coming back, and then flying, and like dropping down into the bush where the other fellas were hiding after the plants were zombies, or Dollar and Basketball. So now 3 people are hiding there. They end up having a big debate about whether Dollar is 5'5" or not, which, I mean, like, I don't know. They look relatively average sized when it comes to objects in this landscape, but you know, they have a very tall hat, so maybe that's why. And they end up burning them and sending them off with the magic. And then Basketball, to get them, that lowers the cortisol. This is certified meme from 2 months ago. I mean, I've seen it here and there a couple weeks ago. All right? We're not out of it entirely. And then the first quarter proceeds to pick up the Circle. Ends up being like, oh my gosh, ends up getting hit by the first quarter, ends up flying off, and then proceeds to fly off all the way to space, where for some reason the Green Circle has been talking to the sun, which I enjoy. I think that's fun, until eventually they proceed to get grabbed, so then they got hit. Then Green Circle proceeds to be not biased at all, and proceeds to just straight up murder 3 people, but not touch them. No, I won't touch them because I'm gonna go touch the first quarter. After tremendous amounts of bias everywhere and all the time. But oh well, you know, because like I originally thought that the Magic Ball had lost. I know, like, for real, because like I really thought, like, how do they die? But no, it was just because they asked to lower the cholesterol, and then they just perished on the spot from those words. You know, I think if somebody says words that just make you perish on the spot, I think that probably counts as getting touched anyways, right? Like, your soul got touched, you know. I think that probably should count. Cookie proceeds to fix Dollar, then proceeds to help out, then Dollar proceeds to die again, then Circle proceeds to run away, and after they run away, you end up having the first quarter try to convince them to touch Dollar instead, but it doesn't actually work because, I don't know, the first quarter just ends up getting hit instead. Dollar makes a get that they lower their hitbox, but actually they don't do that anyway. Like, it's not like the quarter was behind them and it went through Dollar. No, it was to the side anyways. Like, even if the hitbox was at 100%, bro was not getting hit. The first quarter ball and Magic Ball are the ones up for elimination. So there we have it. But yeah. Wait, hold on. Wait, no, you are up for elimination. Wait, what? Wait, yeah, Magic Ball. Wait. Hold on, wait. I literally just went through the events of that episode, and I feel like there's something that I have missed. What? Huh? Hold on, yeah, Lock Dips, Green Circle comes by, then doesn't hit the thing, and then gets the thing. Oh no, so you did get it. Okay, you know what? Then fair enough. But then, like, why? But it's kind of like that. But then at the same time, it's like, Basketball fella should have probably counted, right? Because if you think about the fact that, like, you know, like, by just saying cholesterol, the fella died, like, the Magic Ball died and is up for Elam. The Basketball, by just getting shot and then died, should also count as, like, how get in touch, right? So I don't know if I necessarily agree, but, like, I get it. Wait, who's getting out? No idea. Again, I actually have no idea if these votes are, like, from the modern times. Like, are we forcing, are these modern votes? I don't know. But either way, we end up having, I don't know if Ball did the least, so I would eliminate Ball, but we'll see. Either way, we end up having eventually the glitch out at the end where Locke ends up being on a weird, mysterious dimension and tries to talk over to this plug fella. However, this plug fella is hella glitching out. I'm not gonna lie. They got some weird faces. You shouldn't be here and stuff. In that locality, there's also no voice acting or about the text, which I'm pretty sure is the original way that Worst Objects ran, which is interesting. So I don't know. I mean, I could try to see if anything's going on with that, but I'm probably not going to predict it too deeply because, like, again, this is a reload, right? Like, we probably know what's going on already, right? It's just like a matter of the future, right? Like, I gotta get caught up on how modern Worst Objects is before I can really comment on that. But either way, that was Worst Objects Are. I am very bad at understanding things in episodes, as you can tell. Yeah, we'll go on to the next. Alright, next up we are going to do a quick one because Bleakimations, the creator of Fight for Whatever, back in Easter posted 5 episodes in one day of the Easterly Object Show. We are, of course, very on time with this stuff, so we are going to watch it. Starting off with FILED2B, which is episode 1. Oh no. It's one of those shows that has mono audio, meaning I can only hear it in the right ear, despite then they won't notice as the creator because they made it on the phone, where the speaker just doesn't like apply if you don't pay attention. That's sad. Well, my right ear believes that this is a show with 6 contestants in it. It's a very kind of object fool-esque, kind of quick, right? Like one challenge, everybody does it, and then one person gets out, or like kind of Battle for Grandma and that type of stuff. But it's more kind of fool. But the challenge is to achieve flight. Somehow everything achieves flight except for Monday, which I'm sure it's the most grounded day, right? Because you gotta get to work. So sure, I think that makes sense. Everybody else moves on to the next episode, which is entitled "Balloon's Very Happy Cool Day." Go. That is episode 2, so the challenge this time is to disappear. Balloon is way too good at existing to do that. I like the facial expression that the balloon has. I also like the voice that the balloon has. It's like the voice is like Balloon Eye, but there's but like the facial expression, they really remind me of the balloon from Gumball. You know that balloon from Gumball? I don't remember the name of that balloon from Gumball, but like the green one, like the facial expression really remind me of that. So I actually kind of like this balloon a lot. It's a shame they got out, but at least they had a very happy, cool day. So, that's cool. Everybody else disappeared, so I'm not exactly sure how we're going to do the next episode. No, I'm kidding. They'll probably just come back. Episode 3 is entitled Smoothness. Ooh. That's my smooth voice. Alright. Episodio 3. So, in this episode, you have to become smooth. For some reason, our rabbit fella is really struggling to say words in this episode, but, it goes how it goes. The challenge is to become smooth. Everybody becomes smooth, I guess, except for Egg. But Egg is already smooth. What do you mean you're gonna become smooth? The Egg is already smooth. This is rigged. This show is rigged. Egg is the smoothest thing. Even, bro. Even the other fellas smoothed up ain't as smooth as this Egg. I am protesting, bro. The smoothed up bean looking less smooth than a Chick-fil-A sandwich. This is not it, bro. This is rigged. I don't like it. Episode 4. Let's just jump into it before I break an egg. Episode 4 is entitled Everyone Gets a Line. Go. I don't know. I feel like maybe this is why the Easter rabbit only appears like on Easter, because they slowly lose their motor skills. Like they were losing the ability to speak, now they're losing the ability to count. It's getting more complicated. Anyways, the challenge is to speak, which is really a challenge that I think more of this type of shows should try to do. But yeah, exactly halfway through this episode, my left ear actually gets to hear the show for the first time. Yes, because it swaps it. The right ear's like, I'm tired. I'm gonna throw the audio over to you. Not exactly sure what happened. I think it might have switched voice actor. and they're for different fun. But yeah, the basket ends up talking, but we end up having Bean get eliminated, which is unfortunate. Even though, now that I think about it, like the Bean. No, oh no, the frames are wrong, because the Bean has a frame where there's talking, but the basket actually talks first before the Bean talks, which is unfortunate. So yeah, there's like a mild technical issue there. Oh well, oh well, oh well. Okay, time to see the finale, which is entitled A Crappy Finale. Who's gonna win? Bro, like, where's the drama in this show? This was totally I'm telling you, Easter Bunny scammed everything. Easter Bunny scamming. Easter Bunny out here being like, I learned that 2 + 2 is 4 instead of 5. No, you already knew that. Where did you learn it? You looked at the void and you were like, oh, I get it now. It's a no, 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 no. This is not how it goes. Eat chocolate, Bunny. I am officially calling you a fraud right here, right now, and I better see an Ace Attorney parody coming soon. But yeah, it's a basket, like a basket almost, you can see that pissed off expression from basket. It's like basket's like, but like then they're just like, oh, okay, they don't want to cause a ruckus. Now, come on now. Anyways, I'm kidding. Yeah, that's a show. It's made in a couple of hours. There's nothing really much to comment on it. I guess my recommendation is to, make sure that your audio is stereo, that it gets heard in both ears for future episodes of, anything you make, because I get that when recording on a phone, it's hard to hear, but like, pay attention to the speaker, because you'll notice that it'll come out louder on one of your phone speakers and not on the other, right, if you, like, put them close to your ear. But, like, I mean, it's a simple thing. It's hard to criticize. I'm just kind of memeing. Next thing. Alright, next up, we are going to go over to the Zero channel, or 666, or because a new episode of FILED2B released like a million years ago, but it did release. FILED2B is one of the first shows that I ever watched on Object Catchup. It was all the way back in like the first 10 episodes, to be honest. It was like genuinely a tremendous amount of time ago. But I still actually remember FILED2B relatively well, because it's relatively memorable. It was episode 6, right? So it's one of the OGs. But I remember it relatively well. It was the show where where this host fella ends up making various people conscious, and they don't really get it. They don't really understand anything. However, exactly, the battle is to be conscious. Yes, you're battling to be. You're battling to not be conscious. Sorry, you're battling to not be conscious, but if you get eliminated, you keep consciousness but can't move, right? So it's like the worst reality for them, which is very interesting. You're battling to not exist. But alright then, let's see how episode 2 goes. It's entitled Memento Mori. Okay, so a while back I watched episode 2 of FILED2B, Memento Mori, and wow, haven't watched FILED2B in a minute. Yeah, dude, I kind of forgot the vibe of the show. It was, dude, it's such a vibe, Like, it's such an unbelievably distinct vibe. And it's like at the absence of things, right? This show is one of the best examples I think you can give, right, that the absence of details can actively improve an experience on like a technical level, right? Like certain, like especially in the audio department, right? Like the amount of things that this show does in terms of audio, it's not many. The show is overall very quiet. Music only plays here and there, but most of the time we have an absence of music, right? And like not many like sounds even play, right? Which is in this show, it just ends up working so well because it makes that kind of sort of awkward, realistic situation. Can you shut up, car? I'm trying to record FILED2B talking. Okay, I'm sorry about that. But basically, yeah, I said that like the absence of sound, like cars honking outside, it really does help out the vibe of the show, like massively, and it's just it's mega good. It's absolutely mega good. But yeah, I guess let's start with the beginning, where of course they've had their first experience of sleeping. Now, they kind of realize they wake up a bit weirdly from sleeping because you know, they've had their first experience of sleeping. Feels like being inanimate, which is interesting. I guess they didn't dream. That's a question. Did they dream? When they went to sleep, it doesn't seem like they dreamt because they don't remember it. Which, like, it could have been interesting, you know. I think that's a very interesting narrative to, like, maybe a thread if somebody like dreams or like has a nightmare or whatever, right? Like something else. Especially since you know, they're very. Like, because here's the deal. Our host fella, right, the post-it dispenser, or just called Spencer, sorry, that was the name I remember. I'm sorry, these names. But, like, yeah, it was Spencer. It has significant control over the minds, right? They gave the conscious. They have significant control over the minds. They give them the ability to know things, but they also don't give them the ability to know certain things, right? Like, they do both. They do both of the things. I wonder if they have the ability to dream, right? Because if the characters can dream, that would be very difficult to control, right? Because, like, if the characters can dream of, like, things to do, to try, maybe they're gonna try it. Because, like, that's kind of the one thing, that's always been the one thing that, you know, even all the way in episode 1, I was almost like, okay, I see it, but, like, when you have a show that's under this bad of a condition, right, where winning is bad, but losing is worse, and it's like, no avenue is good, right, no situation is actively what we want, right, it's like, it feels like you know, like, there should be a degree of additional protesting going on, but there isn't, like, nearly at all. Which I think is quite intriguing to how it works. Again, the answer could be boring. The answer could just be Spencer said so. Okay, and it's like, all right then, cool. But, like, I always find it interesting because, like, I don't know, I feel like there would be more pushback to things, but you know, I guess they've lived for like 2 days. But yeah, some fellas have been awake, and everybody was awake except for the happy one. What were you called? You were called the one who lost. They're called letter. Yeah, because you're the letter thing. If I'm not mistaken. Yes, I'm sorry. This names. All right. It's been like 8 months since I talked about it. Give me a break. But yeah, they end up eating some pancakes for breakfast. By the way, also a secondary thing which I find kind of interesting. Time, by the way. Because, like, they eat one meal. They eat breakfast. They do a challenge. They eat lunch. And then they go to bed. What do you mean they go to bed? It'll be like 3 p.m. Are they awake for like 2 hours? What are they doing? I don't. It's, right? Like, it's not how they're not having a regular day cycle, right? Like, a day's in passing. Now they're entirely indoors, right? So this is kind of like, so that makes sense, right? Because it's like it fully dictated by Spencer, right? Because we don't have like sun. The sun isn't hitting anything, right? This is full of artificial lighting, so the days can be technically as long as Spencer wants. Because again, they're conscious. I don't know what they're doing, right? So that's interesting as well to maybe think about. I don't know. I'm kind of trying to follow lines, right? I'm kind of trying to see if any of these trains of logics are useful or not, right? Because it's one of those shows that have just so many questions. But yeah, everybody's eating the pancakes except USB, who feels kind of bad about not being capable of about, you know, the guest still getting eliminated, so they're just gonna not eat the pancakes. Pretty much everybody else eats the pancakes and then proceeds to go to the elimination area. And then the USB proceeds to sit there eventually, and eventually Spencer ends up teleporting out to go check on them. By the way, secondary thing, like, it's just like, again, I don't know, sometimes I feel like these inanimate things don't treat their don't like these newly animated characters, right? I feel like they're not questioning the world as much as they would question the world, right? Because I'm like, bro, right? Like, it wouldn't work. But, like, surely one of them would just try snapping their finger. Right? I mean, like, if they see Spencer, who's you know, the mentor, knows things, right? Like, snaps their fingers to teleport, they're like, oh, shit, I can do that. Boop. And then maybe that would work, right? It's something like that. But it doesn't really seem to actually work out, which well, they don't seem to do that. They really like don't question things, which is interesting. Start questioning things, come on. But yeah, eventually we end up coming back to USB crying, just straight up. We just get like a 20-second scene of USB just like sobbing while Spencer proceeds to kind of slowly enter the room, which it really sets you in because of how long it is, right? Like, I look at that scene and it sparks the feeling, right? It doesn't, like, it makes you proper go like, oh damn, because it sits there on it. It makes you wallow with it with USB, right? So it makes you go like, ugh. This is awkward, right? Or you know, you could feel what USB's feeling. So it makes you feel bad for it. You only really need that scene with the prior context to be able to really understand what the emotional baggage is, right? So that's a very, very good scene. I actually like that quite a bit. But Spencer proceeds to eventually drop by and try to have a conversation, being like, it's time. And then they feel bad and they're trying to, you know, beg for something. Right, now they don't beg for some. Now, they do it wrong necessarily. Well, okay, this debates that there is a possibility of USB getting what they want. Is there a successful decision tree that would get Spencer to not do the elimination on USB in that way? My opinion, no. That was there was a 0% chance of success, but it wasn't played the best by USB, of course, because USB tried to ask for a second chance. That's not what you want. Right, like, you don't, like, that's actively not what you wish. You want to get eliminated differently, right? Like, because staying in the show, it's just it delays your problem, right? Because you're unlikely to win anyways, right? Like, it delays your problem. And instead, like, actually, well, instead of trying to ask for, can I be eliminated differently? Can I stay here? Can I just sit there in a room or something? Like, something differently, right? To where you have mobility could be useful. And I get that they want to be fully inanimate, but of course that's a prize for winning. So they have to either, right? Like, you have to fight for the capability to be animate, right? Whether it's that or not, because like, even though they don't want to be, it's better than the half and half. It's better than the 50% inanimate, 50% animate that the elimination currently gives. So they're either trying to win and be fully inanimate, which is what they want. However, they can then, if they're getting eliminated, like, right, like USB here, he really needs to try to fight to be fully animate, right, for something like that. Now, they don't play it correctly because they just try to win a second chance of being fully inanimate, but they really got to try to hold on to whatever animateness they have right now. Which, again, I know they don't want to, but it's better than losing half of it but not it fully, right? It's better than losing your mobility but not your mind, right? But yeah, they don't know to manage to convey it properly. And then Spencer proceeds to simply go like, yo, look, you can either get eliminated right now, we do the procedure, and then I'll eventually bring you back, or we do this right now and then you don't come back, okay? Get over. And eventually USB goes like, well, those are two pretty bad options. And it proceeds to happen. So, yep, we do one of these, and then one of these. And then USB is officially TP'd back to presumably the main world, to the real world, quote unquote. And yeah, speaking of the real world, we actually get a little bit of an explanation about how this is. So, Spencer's in a different reality. Okay, this is a different reality, which removes one of the potential theories, right? Because, like, the way that episode 1 was showcasing it, of course, it was very Toy Story-esque in nature, right? Where it's kind of like, okay, we have this sort of animate thing. It's bringing by some inanimate objects from a real-world location and bringing them to a different real-world location. But this is not the same universe. This is a different landscape, bro. We're playing in a different field entirely to where we got them. So that's kind of interesting. And then they sort of try to describe the functions of an object. And they call home in space-time a 4-dimensional reality. You come from the 3rd dimension. That's why if I interact with your physical body, time glitches and you get sent back to your own reality. And I mean, like, does that make sense? I mean, of course, debates on like what the 4th dimension even is, right? Like, what is the 4th dimension? Do we want to have the conversation? Do we want to talk about what the 4th dimension is? I don't know if we want to talk about what the 4th dimension is or not. I don't know if it's 4th dimension time. Is it? Maybe it's time. No. But I mean, I feel like usually most people would like speculate that 4D is time, right? The 4th dimension is time, which I don't know if this is necessarily true to this case, right? Because like time is, I mean, we don't know if time is of effect here, but at the same time it's not really relevant, right? Like how, like whether time is passing or not, right? But they're capable of like the capability that Spencer has. I mean, Spencer has a shit ton of capabilities, but I don't know what it is. Spencer also, by the way, says that interacting with Spencer makes time glitch, and they immediately proceed to get sent back home. And they immediately proceed to say, don't get any stupid ideas. They immediately try to break down the possibility that, all right, then, could somebody escape by touching Spencer? There we go. That's already one of the possible ASAP solutions. So all I need to do is cut Spencer off guard one time, right? If you cut Spencer off guard one time and you touch Spencer, then you're good. Right, you do a TP back. Well, at least you're speculatively good, right? Because you'll be TP back with sentience where, right? Like, you'll TP back to your real world with sentience or without sentience, and can Spencer just go get back you? That's kind of the question, because it ends up like, yeah, it's kind of an unsuccessful tactic right now, where we are overall, for as much as I say that, like, I'm finding it a bit weird how the like contestants don't protest a bit more. This is a very lose-lose situation, because even in that scenario, right, where somebody proceeds to do a stealth attack on Spencer, tackle them down so that they glitch back into the real world, there's not much they can do from there, even if they're animate in the real world, right? Like, they'll walk around, and then Spencer will go like, what are you doing? TP's back, fetches them again, and I don't know, eliminates them, right? Like, so there's not much to really do, because we have this omega powerful figure who's omega powerful within the real world as well, right? Like, there's currently no bound to the power, right? Like, it seems that they can shape the real world as well, right? Because they can take things from the real world and teleport them to their land. They can walk around in the real world, right? They can move, like, they can do all these things within the real world. Being in the real world doesn't seem to save you from Spencer, right? But at the same time, Spencer, there's kind of just no way to leave. Is basically what I'm saying. They're kind of fucked, I'm not even gonna lie. But either way, they proceed to try to say, are there other objects out there? Yeah, there are. This is another interesting thing, of course. And then we have sort of an explanation of humans. That is kind of interesting art style. I like this art style. This is a good art style. I'm a fan of this art style. There's like the loudest truck outside. But either way, they proceed to kind of explain what the concept of an object is, right? It's like, it's this immobile thing that doesn't move, that, that you guys are entirely made to be purpose to humans, like, you guys were in the lost thing, so no human was using you. And then we proceed to have the whole situation, right? And then they fetch them from there. The printer fella ended up of course, knows who their human probably is, which is Marlene Ashwell, because their stamp, not printer. The stamper sees to, of course, do that. But yeah, we end up having our fella say this very interesting line here. Letter. Yeah, I was needed for something, and then they're happy about this. This is foreshadowing. I actually don't really, because think about this right now. That's a crazy line. That's a crazy line considering the future events of this episode. That line is evil. That line is evil. What are you doing, bro? Now out here with the evil lines. But either way, it's the second challenge time. The challenge ends up being preparing your own meals for dinner. Which is a lasagna, right? They make a gag about that. They don't even get it. Spencer is interesting because, like, Spencer has a significant real-world understanding as well, by the way, which, of course, implies that they've been there, but they're not from there, right? Like, that's one of the things which I get a little bit. Like, of course, Spencer would know the details of how, humans exist, but, like, the thing about it is that Spencer has an additional understanding of humanity, of humanity and its culture, more than, like, you would expect Spencer to have, because Spencer isn't from there, at least we think, right? Like, Spencer is from this other dimension that's a higher tier, right? Like, if we count dimensions as a tier, like, right, like, this world is a higher tier of place than the third dimension where Earth is, right? Like we're in a higher being. Like, so, like, it's a bit weird. And of course, the fact that Spencer ends up having a relatively normal name, all things considered, right? Like, I get it that it's Spencer Dispenser, right? But, like, that's still a name, right? That's still a relatively decent name. The other fellas, I think they're called, like, what, Ink, Blade, USB, right? Like, they're just named directly off of the object, but they're not names, right? Even though, isn't Blade a name? Well, wait, nobody's called Blade. What am I saying? Letter, right? Like, they're not really names. But Spencer is a name. So that could be an interesting theory. Was Spencer a human? No, what am I saying? If I say this is the dumbest theory anybody's ever made. Alright, let's keep moving. So they end up doing this challenge. Now, you see, Spencer was looking at too many TikToks. So one of them won't be able to hear, one of them won't be able to see, and one of them will be able to, is entirely immune to moving. So one of them can only talk, one of them can only see, one of them can only hear, and one of them cannot talk. One of them cannot see, one of them cannot hear, one of them cannot talk, and one of them can only talk. Which is definitely a TikTok challenge. No, yeah, that's I mean, like, look. I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty new trend. I don't know when that trend happened, but it was there. But, like, that's definitely a thing, right? Like, you make cookies, right? Like, you made the cookies on the thing. That's just what you do, right? So then that's what they're doing. They're making cookies, right? But yeah, I mean, like, what are we doing out here? And they proceed to make it. They've been wired with the understanding of creating dishes, so that they can apparently understand it for it. Again, we're not gonna delve into what that means, because, like, again, you just gotta think about the layers on it. Like, for example, to understand what 345 degrees Fahrenheit is, you have to understand, like, 6 different concepts if you actually think about it, right? Like, first of all, you have to understand numbers. Second of all, you have to understand the concept of temperature, right? And specifically, and, like, also the concept of what heat does to things at the same time, right? Or at the same time, specific knowledge of the Fahrenheit specifically, right? Like, and then also ovens, right? Like, you gotta really, like, the amount of things that they have to know when like, that has been wired into the brains it's a lot, right? Which is especially, everything else, like knowing what food is who, what is what. It seems like overall, for as much as this is sort of a show about despite the fact that the premise of the show is, these inanimate objects suddenly become animate for the first time. That was like the first batch of minutes was very focused on that. See, the show doesn't actually want to follow that path. I don't think the show is trying to make its interesting bit the fact that these characters have never experienced anything before, right? Like, that's not the idea. The idea is the storyline is something else, right? Now, what is the storyline? I don't know, because we don't, like, there's no actual, like, we're just kind of going through the motions right now, but, we proceed to follow through. Now, this is an interesting challenge because they end up there ends up being a very obvious situation going on. Technically, if you really want, right, you can just, like, have the mute person do everything, right? Like, the mute person can come in and do the instructions because they can hear them, right? And they can just do it. Like, the person who can't hear is kind of useless, and the person who can't who can't see is especially useless, right? Which like, makes only 2 people actively necessary. Now, at least the person who can't hear can be guided via, like, other instructions, right? So whether you, like, give them an onion and then they go, and a knife, and they'll probably be like, okay, onion, knife, cut onion with knife, right? You can logic it out. With the blindfolded person, it's very hard to do that, right? Like, you can, and I'm annoyed they didn't, right? Because they said, okay, you can't see, I get it, but you can feel, you know? You gotta be capable, like, feeling, you know? Like, if you get felt around, right? Like, I don't know, from the mute fella. The mute fella, you know, comes in, grabs the things, feels you around. Like, that would work, you know? But there's just no collaborative spirit. Like, Ink, for as much as Ink seemed, you know, to feel kind of bad about the fella like USB, they actually try very little to get the letter into it, right? Like, maybe they were worried about failing, but what does that mean? Right, like, I think the effort would have been more useful, right? Like, you could have gone and, like, there were a lot of things that would have been totally possible, you know? Like, for example, you know, when they were just kind of dropping things, right? Like, dropping a teaspoon of sugar. You can feel around a spoon. You can feel around a spoon. You can preheat an oven. Right, like, you can layer the pasta, right, like, you can do these things, but, yeah, you end up not, like, they end up being completely secluded from it, right, which is just kind of like, bruh, what, come on, like, they're, like, it's already a, like, rigged position, but, like, it's total, like, there is very little actual effort put into it. Right, so I'm gonna blame Ink on this one. Ink was kind of stressing. Alright, I mean, from, like, a purely tactical point of view, right, like, I get it. Because, like, if you're literally just trying to win, right, then, like, okay, yeah, sure, get the person who's useless, just don't try to help them, and then they'll be useless, right? But, like, that's not, no, this is not that type of shit. No, this is the least, I don't care, no, this is the competition show where I disagree with all competition. No, you gotta help each other out. Oh, Ink, what are you doing, bro? Bro, oh my god. But anyway, they proceed to make it yet again. I did see even some people point out, yeah, good usage of music here as well. As you can see, music popping in during this moment that's more theoretically nice, right? But yeah, they end up making the pasta dish, and as they make the pasta dish, eventually, Letter starts to get a little bit panicked and tries to grab something to help. And as they try to do that, they accidentally stab an ink cartridge. We get to see some of the blue ink spill out. Spencer proceeds to go over and help out in that. But, yeah, overall, we end up just going like, yo, don't help. And Letter just has to end up sitting there and not really doing anything from the new timeout corner they've been sent in. And overall, they end up making the lasagna. The lasagna is pretty solid. You know, I mean, the lasagna that they made is looking pretty good. It's also just a real recipe. I mean, we see every single part of the lasagna recipe. Now, I'm not that type of channel. But like, it's like, if somebody doesn't make the FILED2B lasagna recipe dot for dot, I'm gonna get really disappointed. I'm gonna be really disappointed. Somebody has to do it. Somebody has to do it. It's not me. I'm not the one who has to do it, but somebody has to do it. Right? Like, it's just a requirement of society as a grander scheme that somebody has to do it. But yeah, we are of course overrunning this episode, but it's FILED2B. I think it's special enough for that. They end up heading to the dinner, to the lunchroom for dinner. Wait a minute. No, wait, I understood wrong. Wait, oh no, it's because they're eating in the lunchroom, but they're eating dinner in the lunchroom. Wait a minute, but they don't eat lunch in the lunchroom. So yeah, they still just eat one meal, but they just call it dinner. Yeah, like they eat breakfast, and then they eat dinner. Like that's it. That's the entire day. So they still just eat one meal, like one real meal, right? And then there's no lunch. So, like, there's still, like, I still fully think there's no sense of time. Some is going, like, time is weird, alright? But either way, they proceed to go over. By the way, I would just like to point out, like, by the way, how does light work? Like, if you can tell that it dims after a bit, but, like, the lights are off. But if the lights were off, and there's no natural light, then that means that it should just be pitch black. But it's not pitch black. It's like gray, right? Like, it's enough to where Stamp can literally write, which means that something, like, there's a degree of seeability, right, in the natural environment, right? So that's kind of interesting, because like, how, yeah, because that's one of my main questions, right? Is just, how does the universe work? You know, like, how does this fourth dimension work? Are we literally confined to this box? Can you leave the house? That is my number one question. Is there an environment outside of the house? Because that's just irrelevant to know. Because it's like, what is the society? Right? Because it's like, we just see Spencer as this kind of godlike being running an experiment with these rats, right? But like, is Spencer alone? What is Spencer doing here? Right? Like, what is Spencer? Because to find, and that's one of my main questions, right? Because, like, what is Spencer? How do you find out what is Spencer? You find out what is Spencer's species, right? And to find out what is Spencer's species, you have to find out what is Spencer's world. Is Spencer the only one of the Spencer species? Is Spencer the only object to be this powerful, right? Or are there other beings in this fourth dimensional world that also have these powers and these capabilities that are outside of the confines of home? Right? That's the debate. That's the thing that I gotta know, right? But like, the absence of, like, windows and the absence of, like, you know, of course wanting to showcase anything else really makes it seem like this world is just this house. Bro's world is just this house. Bro made an entire fourth dimension just to have, like, a mildly bigger house than usual. I get it, rent price is too high, but yeah, the show proceeds to end. By the way, this credits music is too loud. You don't understand. I took a very real jump scare when I heard it. I'm like, holy shit. I did that. That was like my impression. But yeah, we end up having the moment, and right as we get to see the post-credit scene, we see see Letter try to walk out, I think, in the middle of the night, and then Spencer proceeds to pop back in, and I don't think that's gonna end well. Or, you know, I don't think that's gonna end well, but I don't think that's just gonna end. Like, I think that's probably gonna be, no, I see that you're walking out, go back to sleep. And then Spencer, and then Letter will very begrudgingly do that. So I don't think it's actually that relevant of a scene, even though maybe they're trying to go to the bathroom. I don't know. Like, do objects need to go to the bathroom? Their bathroom in Spencer's house? What is like? Can you have the house tour? Yeah, the Spencer house tour. You know, like, remember, like, those YouTubers in 2018? What's up, guys? It's me, Logan Paul. Today we are making a video on my new house. So I'm hanging out here with this fourth dimensional house. I bought it for a couple $1 million. It's very good. What am I saying? Anyway, FILED2B, alright, gamers? It's pretty good. Yeah, I like it. It's got a very unique vibe. It settles into the emotional tones of these characters that have just learned emotions very well, right? And it contextualizes their situation and then allows you to feel it, which makes it I would say a very well written story in terms of like evoking emotion out of you, right? In terms of, what the plot line is, it's still kind of up in the air, right? It still feels like this show, like, I don't know what this show is evolving to. That's kind of the thing about it, right? Because it has that kind of one vibe to it, like, even from the beginning, right? It's got that one-esque from the art style to the general vibe, right? And certain other things, like there's a kind of oneness to it, right? And how one works is it does, for the first batch of episodes, go through the motions, right? Like it sets a weird situation, and the characters are, of course, trying to navigate the weird situation, but it doesn't actually develop into what it truly is for a couple of episodes. And that's the debate. Is FILED2B doing this right now? Right? Because I do believe, that one, I think, was an inspiration. So it's like, are we doing that type of narrative procedure? Right? Because right now, we're just kind of going through the motions of what would happen in the competition. In the same way that in the first episodes of one, while it's weird, and the situation is weird, and it's interesting, and there's emotions in it, we're still, overall, following the general competitive structure of how one was going to play out, right? And here we're doing the same thing. You're hearing the emotion, we're seeing the things that happen in the drama within it, but we're still following the competition as FILED2B would play out. Now the question is, can this change? Is this gonna change? Is this show gonna make that change? I think it will. Right now, I think it probably will. I don't think this is remotely what it is yet. I think that, like, there's way more, right? I think that there's a whole fifth dimension behind this wall. No, I'm kidding. I think that there's, like, a whole different story, that we haven't even seen yet. It feels like we're currently locked in an empty room, but if we break the wall, it's gonna be a luscious garden, like something's gonna happen, like currently I believe in this show having big story, for sure, because it makes sense, right? Like, because at the end, because like if this show were to just kind of follow the motions, I feel like it wouldn't be that satisfying. Because you wouldn't get the answer to anything. Because if the show were to proceed, like, to everything that makes a show interesting is directly in, like, what is exactly outside of the confines. Because if you just see the show happening within its confines, it's not going to be that interesting if you actually think about it, right? Like, the characters are going to be awkward, and they're going to be sad, they're going to be eliminated. The other ones are going to be like, oh, yeah. They proceed to do another challenge that's rigged in some dumb capacity. One character proceeds to get voted out, and then we just repeat the loop until eventually one other character ends up getting, and then eventually one character wins. Like, good job, you get to be inanimate, then they become inanimate, everybody else is still inanimate but animate, and then the show just ends. Right, and we don't get to see what happened to any of them or anything will happen. See what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think that the show going through the motions is a super satisfactory experience. It would be fine, but it wouldn't. I don't think it would fill its potential. There's so many questions about the universe right outside of the confines of the show that I think it should probably answer. Why am I still talking about this? It's been a half an hour. This is a 16-minute episode. I need to shut the fuck up. Bye. Alright, I think it's time to go over to the Ava Coffee channel, because there has been significant updates in terms of BFTDI, the cancelled series, because it received a couple of things. It received an elsewhere, and it received I guess, sort of alternate reality about whether it wouldn't have ended with 2 episodes from there. So let's check out what is actually going on with it, because I want to see what's going on with it. Let's start off with BFTDI elsewhere, which is entitled Quashirhombicosi-donut-ahedron. Go. Hello. So actually the other day, yeah, I looked at the first episode of BFTDI elsewhere. You'll notice that this video has had quite a lot of day swaps. Motivation low, my bad. But we have here BFTDI elsewhere, and overall, I would say a sort of simpler thing going on that is one of the primary objectives of the elsewhere concept. And I don't really think that this applies too much to the elsewhere concept because the elsewhere concept isn't usually actually supposed to have a significant amount of shared characters, right? At least in how BFDIE does it, right? It's supposed to be kind of like a completely different location. It's just kind of like completely different cast. It's relatively independent, right? Meanwhile, this is very much so set within the show, right? It's very much so like this is the elimination area. This is like a character that we've seen before to go eliminated, right? Like it's very much so doing that. Right, so it's relatively simpler when it comes to that like aspect of doing things, right? So yeah, we end up having ourselves the beginning where eventually a gunshot comes from the top, from the hole that gets made within Liney in one of the episodes, and right down from the gunshot arrives a circle that was born like 3 seconds ago, and they proceed to host a competition show with all the eliminated contestants as of that moment, which are... Do I remember the name? It's been a couple of months. Quashirhombicosi, the Ahedron, the Flaming Cookie, the Jackson, the Pickle and Knife, the F-Bomb, the friggin' like Ice Bucket, Galvanized Square Steel. There's the Bomb Thruster Chest. There's Germany Country Ball. Then there's the other ones, which I'm sure have names, but we end up having them host a competition show that they have to host because they're getting, of course, gunshot on them. But yeah, now of course, one thing that I do have to point out about this host is obviously they are a line. Yes, they're a circle, but they're a circle formed by one line, right? Which, of course, when you consider that we're within Liney and this is probably a chunk of Liney, maybe, because if you're thinking that, if the gunshot pierces through Liney, right, that means that the part it pierces through remains with the gunshot, and therefore maybe draws down. So maybe this could be the part that opened up, possibly, right? But I don't know, because it treats itself differently to Liney. I don't believe that it actually declares itself any name in this episode, so I'm not exactly sure what to call it. I'm calling it Circle by default, but I don't know if it's like something else. We'll need to kind of see. We end up having the teams get formed. We end up having the team of Galvanised, Square Steel, and the Cookie. Then we end up Quashirhombicosi because of the Hedron and the Ice Bucket. Then we end up having... Ice buckets are like bucket filled with ice. I don't know. But I'm calling it Ice Bucket because of the Ice Bucket Challenge, okay? F-Bomb and then the Religious Mug. Germany and the Bomb Shot to the Chest. Then we have the Donuts as well with Limey. And then I think... Wait, there was another one. Yeah, there was the... Friggin' the potion. Oh, the Among Us potion. That's what it was. Yes, the Among Us potion, and the Pickle and Knife. They're together. The Among Us potion is kind of like the logical one, kind of like they don't want to be here. And then there was Jackson, who I think it was just like by themselves. So the challenge here is to destroy the cookie. Yes, it's to break the cookie, the brick cookie. This is nearly the same exact challenge as the one in the first episode of BFTDI Real, because yeah, I even point this out during the episode, right? In the first one, it's to eat the cookie, which however, you don't actually need to eat the cookies to win that challenge. So even though the first challenge was to eat the donut, sorry, not the cookie, the donuts, right? Even though the first challenge was to eat the donuts, in that challenge, majority of the people didn't eat the donuts. They just dispensed of them in a different way that looks like they ate it. Right, which means that these are very, very similar challenges in the way that they actually like end up functioning properly, right? But either way, yeah. One thing I do like to say is that the elimination area is quite kind in terms of like how it looks. I like how it looks. I feel like we haven't gotten a proper like look at it in a while, of course, because you know, we've only been in it for like an episode, and it felt way darker. I don't know if this is a placebo from my mind, because of course, again, I haven't watched the BTI in a while, but like it felt way darker in there than it is. You know, that's a pretty bright gray that's actually going on in the background, right? Because I thought it was like pitch black. It was not pitch black. I thought it was low key. But anyway, the Galvanised Graciosa gets fucking dunked on the brick cookie and does eventually break it. Also breaking their mind, to be honest. But it ends up working. In the meantime, the knife proceeds to try to slice the cookie. It's kind of tough to cut down brick, especially if you're a friggin' broken up knife. But Among Us Potion has a better idea of being like, yo, if we just like chip it a little bit, we technically broke it. Is that correct? And they end up throwing it to the ground. It ends up cracking, and eventually our circle line fella proceeds to agree that is a good loophole, so it proceeds to do that. Is that a good loophole? Depends on how you consider the word, right? Like it's because if you just, for example, like the easiest way to fix this loophole would just be to say break it in half, right? Like over, like majority of it has to be broken, right? Because like, you know, there is a difference between breaking and cracking, right? In the way that like in things. However, in the way that specifically this challenge was described, no, breaking it just involves taking it out of its complete shape, and any chip also functions in that aspect. So it's a functional loophole. It'd be very solvable, but of course, Circle Fella doesn't actually proceed to try to solve it. But you know, hey, I respect it. We found a loophole and we got through with it. So yeah, then we end up having the interesting, a relatively interesting scene, right? About you know, Among Us Potion being like, oh, I'm here, might as well, you know, try to help out, right? No useful in just being annoying. And then the pickle goes, damn, but I was being annoying. By the way, Jackson proceeds to remember the words from their mother, which their mother does not speak in text, which is interesting lore that we now know about the Jackson mother. But as they end up having the scene, they proceed to try some various tactics to break the cookie, utilizing some Roblox ideas. It ends up not working very well. Until they end up managing to break the cookie by, I think, utilizing the band hammer on it. So the band hammer ended up working. Nothing else ended up working. You know, the freaking what is it called? Oh God, I should know. The Tesseract. It's the subspace trip mine. Yes, that thing. Even that didn't work. But yeah. In the meantime, the team, there's one team that's just screwed, because there's one team, the one with Limey and the other fella, ended up just being completely incapable of doing like anything at all, because like one of them just went over to eat beer because they don't care, right? And then the other fella proceeded to friggin' like wait, who is it? I think, wait, hold on, who went to drink beer? Who was in your team? It wasn't, wait, who was on? Oh, it was Donut. Yeah, it was Donut. Yeah, the Donut proceeds to just go over to drink beer, and then Limey proceeds to get incapacitated by the fact that the other part of the banhammer brick ends up just freaking dunked on their head. So they just so their brain is broken. The other fella's gone. Like it's like that team is not making any progress. In the meantime, Bomb Shot to his chest proceeds to eventually threaten the brick, and it ends up working. I do find this line, like from one terror to another, is kind of interesting. When you're, I don't know, like you're saying it towards the Germany country ball. I don't know if there's like an intentional implication with that, like, you know, but like, like 1 and 2, but we're just gonna ignore that. Then the F-bomb proceeds to try to do something. But anyway, quasi wrong, because he just stops the ice bucket tutorial because they can just roll over into the brick and break it. So that was relatively simple. That was the easiest one. And either way, we end up having the F-bomb proceed to chip it as well, which ends up working, and therefore, oh no, wait, yeah, you're called Lily. That's what the lemon was called. Like, Limey doesn't exist, right? You were like lemony, and then you turn green, and then your name is Lily now. That was what happened. Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. Look, it's been a bit. But yeah, Lily proceeds to get over here, and then has been eliminated. Not much to really say. I'm a big fan of the fact that there isn't just a PNG of a bench, but instead you're sitting on the Google search for bench. I think that's quite fun. And there we go. That is the episode. It's relatively simple in nature, but that is what it should strive to be if you're doing it elsewhere, especially if you're trying to kind of route in the BFTDI universe back into even like your writing style after, abandoning it for a little bit. I think this is a good idea. But it's time for episode 2 of the BFTDI Elsewhere, which is entitled Burning Cookie Bangs Galvanized Square Steel. Now that did happen in this episode, so we'll see how that happens again. Here we go. Alright, that is episode 2. By the way, I'm sorry if you heard background noise. Other than the car, there's also the TV on in the other room. So it was just background noise galore. It's just going loud. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah, there's like a lot of stuff going on. But anyways, this is episode 2 of BFTDI Elsewhere. Now, this episode actually interests me quite a lot because I feel like this episode, right, it's the easiest showcase, right, of what is kind of the blueprint with AvaCoffee writing, right? Because you can see both sides of it in this kind of not necessarily like basic situation, but like this like simpler setting, right? You can see both aspects of it getting performed, because even in BFTDI, right, how it was going was it was kind of like, okay, challenge, right? It's very kind of I want to say large cast-esque way of writing a challenge, right? It does kind of reminisce, especially like if you look at how this challenge is written, right? Like it does give off a little bit of a BFB, there's like BFB music in the background, but you can see that it kind of it gives off that air, right, in the way that they actually do it. Now, by the way, this challenge is very simple, right? It's just jump off a cliff into a red thing. There's no dying isn't something that you have to avoid, so nobody avoids it, right? So there's not even like the complication of making it down safely. No, you just have to go down. And yet again, one team is pretty much eliminated because of their own volition. So like there's no, in the first time it wasn't off their own volition. No, one of them was just drinking beer. It was off their own volition. It was off their own volition. But yet again, there's a team that has absolutely no chance of ever making progress due to a different thing that's happening. So, like, the elimination itself isn't ever in question in this case. So, you can kind of see the challenge get performed, and it's relatively fast-paced at it. You can see that things happen relatively fast-paced, and there's a lot of gags happening in those minutes. Same thing happened in episode 1 as well, right? But what this does is, you can see, it breaks down the pace, right? It breaks down the pacing because it also wants to take these characters and look in depth into them, right? It takes the characters, and it tries to give them like the slower moments where they're kind of sort of being reflective, being retrospective, right? They're sitting down, they're hearing their thoughts, they're saying it out to somebody who's worried, right? Or they're feeling sad about something, right? Like they're there, and these slower writing moments, what's interesting about them is that they are slower than I would say how it's usually done, right? Like the way that for example this scene is written here on the second half of the episode, where there's of course the F-bomb and the muggy. That's quite a scene. It sits there for I think like three full minutes that we end up having with it, or like 2.5 I think, which is like a relative while. Especially if you could, it wouldn't probably feel as bad. No, it doesn't. Sorry, it doesn't feel bad. It doesn't feel as much if it was in like a full episode, like BFTDI episodes that end up being kind of 15 to 30 minutes. In this, where it's of course 8 minutes, the 2.5 minutes is like 30% of the episode, right? So it feels like a big part of it, but you can see that it's kind of slower. And this is not a bad thing necessarily, because it lets you sit with the characters more, right? There's actually something that I brought up in the FILED2B section of this very video, because FILED2B does that amazingly. And I absolutely recommend it. You see how it lets you sit there with the character's emotion as they kind of like come in and they do this, and they do their thoughts, but you know, they do it slowly. They don't say things as if they were 100% know how to say them, right? So they stutter a bit. They say they say kind of slowly. They sit there. The other person has the time to think, right? It's well timed, right? Which is always something that I gotta commend. The timing of it is relatively good, which you know, it's solid effort, especially on the audio mix, especially when you know, everybody's voice acted by the same person. It's good effort done into it, and I would say audio mixing for the more somber moments is very solid, right? It feels very human, right? Now the one thing that like you can see in this episode, however, that makes the kind of the pros and cons is that the pros is that it's cool. The cons is that it does break up the pacing a lot, right? That's kind of the thing that can sometimes happen, right? Because you can see just how differently, right, the pacing of that first challenge section and the breakdown actually is, right? Like, they feel extremely distinct, but and because like the general show doesn't like, what's an example I can use? Like, you know, Battle for PlayStation 5, for example, right? Like Battle for PlayStation 5 is has a lot of this type of moment, right? With kind of like the slower moment. You sit with the character, you get to hear what they're thinking, what they're struggling with, right, and all that stuff. And like while they're doing that. However, in that one, the pacing doesn't get broken up as much by that, because you also see, by the way, Rice's challenges is very slow as well, right? So like you're not necessary. So like it's not like you go from high to low speed. It's like you're going from medium low speed to low speed, right? But no, this one goes from like high speed of the BFB with kind of the low speed of this type of writing, and it can definitely be jarring in certain situations. This episode, I think, has the biggest display of that jarringness because of just how quickly it happens, right? In full episodes of BFTDI, I don't think that happens quite as much, and I'm totally cool with it. And in general, it doesn't matter too much, right? I would say in this case, like, to make it a more kind of like clean experience, I would probably be the type of person to recommend to try to look into it. I'm not a pro at writing, so I'm not sure what like maneuvers you gotta do to make it feel more like smooth transitioning from fast to slow, right? Like that. But like I would probably look into that a little bit, because it's quite it is a little jarring. It's not necessarily an issue, but yeah. Anyways, there's an episode to talk about. But yes, the challenge ends up being to jump down from a cliff into a circle. Everyone manages to do it, forgets about Muggy. He needs to recover Muggy at the recovery thing. Ice Bucket and Quashirhombicosi the Ahedron. You see, I'm getting it. I remember not being able to say that in my BFTDI coverage. Makes it alongside Jackson. Then the Galvanised square seal ends up getting thrown down. It's fixed, but then the freaking burnt cookie ends up landing on them again. So then they're immediately back to being broken. So that's unfortunate. But they end up making it. Then Bomb Shot to the chest yet again proceeds to just kind of like threaten. Yo, I need to land on this or the bomb will blow up, and then it works. So there we go. We have ourselves the character that just speaks things into existence. Germany proceeds to try to do that, and for some reason they cannot jump very far. I mean, I guess they are like a country. They don't have limbs and stuff. Of course, I do gotta admit that, you know, it's not necessary. I don't think this is like a great idea from the from the aspect of like you know, the bomb strapped to the chest, because you don't technically need to stay on the platform. So you know how Ep.124 didn't stay on the platform, right? Like, you don't need to stay on the platform. You could go up there, grab Germany, throw him down further, and then jump yourself. But you know, okay then, or be like, this won't blow up if Germany doesn't make it. Like, you can do some tactics, but you don't do tactics. I don't know. I feel like you're kind of struggling. And then we end up again having the the part with Muggy and Ep.124, where Ep.124 proceeds to lash out, saying, "I don't give a fuck about what about you trying to input your beliefs into other people." And then they end up having remembering of when they did the same type of lashing out at Mustard Gas, right? And Muggy proceeds to they do catch on that like there is some truth to it. Now. There is obviously an interesting kind of ploy to be made about like Ep.124, right? Because it's kind of like about the nature, right? It's like how much is it just object nature to do certain things, right? Because Ep.124 is literally an F-bomb. It's within the nature. It's within the actual object characteristics that they do that in some capacity, right? Which is like, okay, is this even like, could you even change this? Is this like a personality thing that you're like this, or is it not, right? I think that my probable prediction in this case is that it is that you probably can't change F-bomb's swearing. You can change how F-bomb acts about swearing, right? You can change F-bomb's meanness. You can't necessarily change F-bomb's just swearing directly, right? Because there's an F-bomb, right? The F-bomb doesn't necessarily need to be evil, but like it's still there, right? And then they proceed to have the whole chat about it. Some absolute fire bars get spit by Muggy. What the quote of the year, bro? What are you saying? You say like freaking you wait, hold on. Well, like, what is you have a lot of time to feel no, we have a machine to bring us back to life, so you have a lot of time to feel satisfied, to improve. Use that time to make the life the best it can be. Even if these years aren't the best, you can make other years your greatest. Fire writing gift just dropped. Holy that Maggie knows ball. Damn. Maggie is reading the B-Blaze. But yeah, eventually they do end up getting eliminated. They had to they had too much stuff going on. But overall, good solid stuff around in this episode. I found it definitely interesting. I find it enjoyable. I think it's the best kind of showcase of that Ava writing, right? Because it has a relatively like, this is how the well-written slower scenes are. This is how the well-written faster like challenge sections are. Here's the thing that they're kind of jarring between them, but if you can get past them, it's very good. So I think that's the best example. Anyways, it is time to go over to Battle for the Dream Island 13. This is the okay. I don't exactly know how to best introduce this episode because I haven't watched it yet, but I'll switch you over to that section. I don't know how to best introduce it. I think it's like it's a non-canonical canonical, where like it's not actually canonical. However, it's what would have been canonical if the show hadn't decided to pivot to the elimination. So that's what 13 and 14 are. But I don't really know. We're gonna need to watch it to make sure. So this is the kind of remakey, non-remake. I've kind of stayed away from watching remakes directly because I don't there's with so much things to catch up on. I don't really think I need to watch the same thing I already watched again. However, in this specific situation, I don't think it counts because it's obviously a very different episode than how it was. So now everybody freeze. Well, we're back here. Battle for the Dream Island 13. So, I've not really mentioned it, of course, in the other sessions, but in this case, I will, of course, be mentioning it. Battle for the Dream Island 13 was the original finale of BFTDI. It is, I believe, still the canonical finale of BFTDI, at least from the official playlist. It's still confirmed as the final point. This is currently, I guess, just the alternate reality. But basically, right, what this moment is that I covered that original Battle for Dream Island 13 finale, and it was absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, one of the worst pieces of coverage I have given to an episode ever, because it was like, I had some things that I was saying about it. I didn't really like the finale and how it played out, but like I voiced it in such an unbelievably mean way that you just can't do that, right? It was really bad. It was really badly worded, and I was like irrationally upset about it, especially considering it's the type of finale that, you know, other shows have done as well, right? Like, this was inventing that, how the finale structure was doing, but it was the first time I had come across it, right? But ever since, I now understand like that is a type of finale. Like, a lot of the points that I still agree with. I don't think it was good, right? But like it really, but like I really said it so mega badly that it was not worth it. And this of course put it in a kind of a little bit of a limbo about whether I was even going to cover this, because Ava didn't like, you know, that. And by the way, I think still to this day, I was just going to say it because I don't know what's going on with that. I think I'm still shadow banned from the Ava channel. I actually can't see a singular Ava comment on anything, which is really interesting because I've never seen that behavior on YouTube. But yeah, so I think I'm still shadow banned from the Ava channel. But hopefully we're fine. I got permission from this, by the way, to do additional BFTDI coverage. So there we go. Anyways, that is that. We're not gonna mention that anymore. I need to make this addendum because it's important. It's a rare moment where this is absolutely something to address, but there's not gonna be mentioned again. We're just gonna come in from the future and talk about BFTDI from this. So this is 13. Apparently, how it was kind of getting written. Till time. I think there might be one or another thing that changes. But wait, we end up dropping by to hell because our screen of like the dance Stigman ended up getting sent to hell. And what was currently going on in hell is that apparently Barbara proceeded to get banned from hell, which is something that you can do. And apparently what they get sent is that their soul will just be sent to like an empty room on Earth, and they'll just sit there forever. So they proceed to do that after they get banned from hell. And there we go. So we actually have a mention of Barbara. Very rarely has Barbara actually gotten mentioned in other episodes, because basically, as far as I'm aware, what happened with Barbara is that Barbara was kind of like apparently problematic media, right? I don't really know exactly what happened, but like apparently Barbara was problematic. Okay, whoever, maybe like the recommender thinks something will happen with them, right? And that made writing Barbara out of the show a very good idea. So we lose. So, but the problem is that we didn't write Barbara out of the show. We just made Barbara disappear. Right, and be like, all right, you can try. Let's see, right? And Barbara did get mentioned here or there in one of the past few episodes. I remember, like they mentioned what happened to Barbara. Like, oh, Barbara's in hell, or whatever. But like, you know, Barbara definitely tried to like kind of disappear off the show. When like, which I'm not really sure about that, right? Because it made the plot structure a little bit awkward, right? Because it's a meta reason that's kind of infiltrating without any specific mention of it or why, right? So I think with the way that the show is currently doing it, I think it makes sense to bring Barbara back in, right? For at least the capability of writing them back out. Right, like because it depends on, of course, you know, what the situation is in specific. But like, I think that, you know, having written Barbara out in a direct way was more useful. So like, even if this scene was just like, okay, Barbara, you're getting banned from hell, and then they never showed up again, that would at least be fine because you're writing them out decisively, right? Instead of just doing it the half and half. We do actually end up writing Barbara into the plot line in some capacity, like in about 20 minutes. But like, we'll see. So we'll get more to that later. But that's interesting. But I do think that's a good thing, getting Barbara into the show, at least into the logic of it, so that way, you know, we can see into it. Again, like it's a tough can of worms. I'm not gonna like try to get into it too much, but like there's a very big discussion point. There's a very big side tangent that can be probably made about like, is it okay to use a character from a recommender who's a bad person, right? Stuff like that. But I don't know. We're gonna need to see. But we end up coming back to the traffic where a little 3-year-old kid proceeds to get taken over to take over the car to drive by Red. I really like the line saying, "My mom was taking me out for ice cream." That was so sad. There's just such a sad line. There's a lot of there's a lot of comedy. I like the comedy in this episode like quite a bit. It's done pretty well, and you see, this is kind of what I mean, like with what I was saying in the elsewhere section, right? That like there are a couple of moments in this that do the dramatic slower down, right? But despite the fact that it does that, like with the general pacing of this episode, where like, well, first of all, it's generally slower in general because it's not quite doing like the early BFB, right? Like it's a little bit slowed down from it, as there's kind of like a little bit more character logic to it. It's more kind of, I mean, I don't want to say teapot, but like it's a slower challenge than how, you know, a large cast office show would do challenge movement, right? So it already transitions a little bit more smoothly there. But other than that, just kind of the general additional length makes it fine, right? But overall, it was relatively solid. And in terms of general production elements, I also do think that there's quite a couple of things. There's definitely some new assets getting work. I don't, they're not 100% consistent, I think. Right, like some assets I think kind of change in the midst of the episode, like here at the beginning. Right, like this, like that sideways piggy pug asset definitely changes within the episode, right? And a couple of other things I think also do. Like I think scrolly, like side scrolly, I think also, yeah, changes within the episode. I think just because the first batch of minutes are like old, and the other ones are like post deciding, in which cases characters have gotten some redesigns, which you gotta do what you gotta do. But either way, we end up having apparently Piston's now yellow. This is a redesign. Is this a good redesign? I mean, it's fine. Like, I guess I don't know what the color balance of BFTDI characters actually is. That team is specifically very yellow now, but I know that there's also a team that's very red, right? So like, there's kind of the color matching is a thing, but that doesn't really matter. Anyways, the elimination proceeds to take place. And as the elimination takes place, we end up having, yet again, a guy with the cake take 50 votes, which is the most ever, which is actually really interesting considering it's, you know, like episode 12. We end up having the Piston themselves get the least votes, and some things end up getting thrown over to Gradienty. Well, some fellas get deodorant. By the way, I'm actually a big fan of the freaking thing getting thrown with onto Gradienty, because I did remember, of course, finding one of the mild issues with Gradienty. Like, I kind of wish it had stayed there, because I found one of the little issues with like the general cat being how many of them are squares. I think if that like freaking slice had just stayed with Gradienty for a while. Right, so Gradienty had just been like a mildly different shape. That would have been actually really good, to be honest. That would have actually been really nice, but that's not how that played out. Also, one thing which I would like to notice is that speaking of like things breaking and stuff, that felt really clean in this episode. Like, for example, that scene that I was talking about where we actually throw or like the thing at Gradienty, that's really really smooth, and a lot of like the cracks getting made with H2O, H02, or like the fella that cracked themselves and put themselves back together. I forgot which one it was, but like it was. But like in terms of like actual character like movement or like the shapes of the characters, they feel very fluid and very dynamic, which is nice. It definitely feels like improved from what it was. But anyways, the eliminated character ends up being Shaw on one of them. Yep, that makes sense. Here's the thing. I'm not 100% of course remembering BFTDI 12 fully because it's been a while, but yeah, I do remember Shaw being kind of like the complainer about the strategy. for like quite a while, and then not really doing much to fix it, and then just losing. So yeah, this is a little bit unfortunate. Love the gag of the grinder box, of the throwing the thing at the grinder box and then being forced to grind it. Red murders the rock on the way, which doesn't even get eliminated. The eliminated fella ends up being Putty, who failed at taking leadership, and they proceed to get eliminated. They apparently quit the show. Gradient T proceeds to therefore get eliminated by process of elimination, in a way, right? Where like they got eliminated because the other fella quit before they got eliminated. So that's how that works. Is that how that would work? I mean, again, we find out at the end of the episode that that's not how that works, but should it be how that works? No, I don't think so. Right, I don't think so, because it's, it's like it's taking viewers' votes and kind of manipulating them by doing to force a character out. Which I feel, I mean, again, there's some shows that, are a little bit more jokey that kind of get away with doing that. I don't think this is one of them. I think this show is a little bit more for real. So, yeah. But in the meantime, we end up having the intro, which I think it's the same. Is it? It's very similar. It's very similar to the newest variant of it. But yeah, the kid keeps asking for the payment. They don't end up getting one. Then we end up with the challenge, which is freeze tag. The recently eliminated contestants of destroying Gradient T. Obviously, it doesn't count because they quit and get eliminated. We'll play freeze tag. If you get freeze, you cannot move. However, if you get thawed, then you can actually rejoin the challenge. So if somebody unfreezes you, you get back, which is something that gets utilized very rarely, actually. Pretty much not at all. The only character that ends up actually pulling off this strategy is, I think, like Circle Revolving Around Me, or somebody else, like, who the hell, the one with the, like, Samsung, I think, might have pulled it off, but, like, other than that, like, actually, no, I don't think they did. Like, they got fought by the H202 just for additional torture. Because, obviously. But, like, yeah, over in the Circle Arm is the only one that actually uses this tactic, when it's one of the most important tactics about it, right? That kind of, capability of coming back in and, like, saving your own teammate and making yourself kind of uneliminatable, in a way, right? Like, I think that, a team should have probably tried to utilize that. Like, I'm surprised that it's, like, fellas like a Rock wouldn't have planned that out, right? Like, Rock being super into leadership, being like, okay, yeah, sure, we might get found, but we need to have the resources to be able to free ourselves, but they don't ever actually try. So, oh well. Anyways, we end up having the additional freeze tagger, BH202, who obviously, of course, claims the freeze tag powers. The person that's picked is immediately immune, so H202 is immune. This is a good idea for lore reasons, right? Because, I mean, this team does end up losing, and H202 needs to stay on the show for the sake of plot progression, so, that's pretty solid. H202 is definitely trying, has this moment with Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer is like, yo, we're friends, right? And H202 is like, bro, I'm causing havoc, but I don't need you anymore to do that, right? In the proper evil way. This challenge, look, I don't know. Look, I get that these fellas got brain freeze, right? They got frozen up and they got brain freeze, but like these people are disregarding all day friendships, when they are like this is the freeze syringe that makes you hate your friends, because it happened to freaking Gradient T as well, right? Like it's just like it'd be like, yo, this is the freeze that make you hate your friends. All right then. I mean, H202 makes sense. H202 hates everybody. We end up having a freaking the FNAF gag. It's funny. Okay, I just watch too much object points, in life to I've gotten used to it. But we end up going over. H202 is pretty much like an omega powerful being, right? There's no stopping them. Black Holy proceeds to get frozen, by the way. I'm not actually sure how. Like what happens? Like, what? They got, like, stabbed. Did, like, I think H202 must have thrown, like, a piece, right? They must have, like, yeeted it up and it hit Black Holy, which is kind of interesting. So that's how Black Holy got eliminated. But yeah, the stained glass panel kind of reforming themselves. This scene is just really good. The way that they make that work is actually really solid. I think it's my favorite scene in terms of just raw animation, right? Like them like sat on the floor, you got the top down of them cracked in two, and then they sit down and actually solve themselves. That's actually really cool. But yeah. In terms of, by the way, this also talks, I'm just saying, to the functionality of how freeze tag works, by the way, because, like, I'm not sure, personally, right, I'm not sure I'm a big approver of the fact that gun counts as tagging someone, right? I kind of know, just because you shoot somebody, like, you didn't freeze them, you just did a murder, right? That doesn't count, right? Like, I mean, and that wasn't a rule. Red didn't say that dying equals getting out. That's not what we said. That's not what we said. So technically, murdering somebody actually keeps them alive, and so like they keep them unfrozen, which means that they never actually got out. So I'm saying, no, this is a technicality, but yeah, some of the fellas ended up using the bus. Sideways, Biggie Pug now with a renewed asset. Also, by the way, the angles of this like stained glass panel, everything, like all these things are. Wait a minute, which one is the stained glass panel? It's been a while. I'm sorry. Whatever. We're like, no wait, your blue glass panel. Wait, who's the other one? They're like, yeah. Why one is stained? This one is blue. Okay, yeah. All right. This makes sense. We end up having themselves walk over. Back around as the Rock ends up following over the idea to go to the abandoned building. Red Wool, who also I believe has a mild re-assetting. I don't remember them looking this distinct to the cube, which is nice. That again, like we're distinctifying, right, a little bit like the fucking cube with like some of the other characters. Levery proceeds to agree to team up with the glue stick. We end up having Gradienty successfully get rid of the other fellas with them. By the way, there's like a couple of little technical issues. By the way, there's like one or two moments where like the transition doesn't quite happen between scenes for like a couple of seconds. I think that happens 2 times. There's also like one or two technical things where like I think like whether there's whether the broken leg is like on Gradienty or not just depends on vibes. It's like there half the time and it's not there the other half the time. But other than that, those are the other like few like technical mishaps. Other than that, the episode's actually pretty clean. So that's pretty nice. ADHD proceeds to do it. They were watching Object Cringe, of course they were, but they got eliminated, which is unfortunately they got frozen up. Then we end up having the Straw, who ends up going over to try to find one of the end up finding like a drone thing, I think, and they're going to try over to fly up to Papery to try to solve that. Then we get a hit up from the police. They're apparently just airport security, which is, who is airport security? It's freaking like Iron Element, and it's, I don't even know what that other thing is. It's another mildly tall container. This shows a lot of tall containers, alright? But yeah, then we proceed to get an interesting little scene. This one where Mustard Gaff proceeds to go over and save the cube and the pink triangle, because that scene, for as short as it is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is the first scene in BFTDI history to not be animated by Ava, because I think that's Piggy Pug's scene, because it's very noticeable actually. Because Ava's style is so distinct, because because the mouths are like so small. That's the most obvious way to notice it, right? Like the mouths are so small in the way that Ava draws them, right? They're very tiny, and you can see it in like the Piggy Pug like way of writing it. Like, look at how big H2O2's mouth is in that scene, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with it in the way that it's animated. It's actually animated quite nice. I like Piggy Pug animation, but like it's interestingly distinct. Which, like, is it a good thing? It's always a little bit of a complication, right? When you have this kind of like everything except one, right? Because it will make that one definitely feel jarring, right? Like, you can notice that scene's animated by a different person than every other scene, right? And like, yeah, despite that, it's like it's not really an issue personally, especially for this show, right? I don't think it's that big of a deal, right? Like, it's not necessarily trying to fool too much, you know? Like, again, the backgrounds are again roadblocks, right? Like, it's not necessarily trying, like, it's not trying too hard. But yeah, anyway, the fella ends up going over to they say they need to repay anybody, and then like maybe that's why I've been feeling so empty. We end up having some very good lighting here on this next scene, where we end up dropping by into one of those abandoned buildings. We end up having the rock senses. Also very big fan of Gradient having the rock senses tingling, but to a completely different area. That's quite funny. But everybody proceeds to scram around to some different rooms of this dark place. And we end up having Sideways Piggy Pug go over and find Barbara. Yeah, again, very good lighting. We locked in on the lighting specifically here. And Barbara proceeds to appear there as the soul of them got left in a dark room when it apparently was the room of that building, which is convenient. But that's interesting. You know, I think we can, it's a little bit early to say, but you know how I always like to say, every object show ever made is always due for an episode where they talk to ghosts in an abandoned building, right? Every classic object show had an abandoned ghost house episode. I think we can call this Battle for Dream Island's abandoned ghost house episode. Okay, it's close enough. You know, we talk to a ghost in an abandoned house. I think that counts. I think like it's gotta count. Anyways, I think we should probably speed up or chat a little bit. At the end of going into this car park, as a side scroller's idea, nobody will be there. Incorrect. H2 has the rock senses or something. And they proceed to kind of shoot everybody. I think Sansa goes over to attack. In the meantime, Levery and Glue Stick proceeds to kind of have the idea that, yo, maybe we could go to one of our parents' houses because, you know, that would be like, nobody's gonna chat there, right? You know? Which I do gotta admit, it does sound like a crazy, like, wingman setup from Lever at first. I don't think that's what it's meant to be, but it sounds like the craziest setup of all time. But, no, I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. I think it's nice to get introduction to parents, of course, which, in any object show is always going to be an interesting debate. Is that a thing? Is that not a thing? In this case, it is a thing. Apparently, Glue Stick has not, go back to their parents yet, so that's why they're scared to go to their parents' house. So they end up going to Lever Carrot's house, and then they don't because they get frozen. But Circle Revolving Around goes like, no, we're not doing that. So they end up splashing some of the coffee, and therefore they're allowed to go over. Yet again, some pretty cool angles. Yes, we end up going out of the atmosphere to fetch over the papery still with the straw, so that's what those two are doing for like pretty much the entire time. Yet again, I'm a big fan of them flying through space, and they find some different planets, and then the Mars is just literally a gigantic picture of a Mars bar. Yeah, okay, there's gags in this episode. I like it. It's quite entertaining, and it's definitely something that it needed, right? I think it's more gags than I kind of remember, like being in the past few episodes of BFTDI, which is definitely something that is that I would say is needed for the show, right? Because the show does have a lot of like relationship mumbo jumbo going on, right? With like you know, like drama and that type of stuff. So like having, you know, whether it's background details or general elements that kind of comedy it back is doing something. And I think this episode is a very good balance of it. Like, this episode was a very clean watch, you know. It was like 35 minutes, but it doesn't actually feel very long. No, it's 32 minutes, sorry. It's like 32 minutes, but it doesn't actually feel very long. But we proceed to go over to the grinder box and putty scene. This is the kind of slow down chit chat scene where we end up having Putty feel bad about their leadership. Again, grinder box tries to comfort them, being like, "Yo, you know your team, right? It was like hella dysfunctional, and you managed to get that team. You led that team to survival." Right, you got that team that was hella dysfunctional with F-bomb and mustard gas, right, and H2O2, which we already saw them, and Among Us post that doesn't give a shit, right, like all these, and you got them to like pretty much nearly fully survive, right, and that was mostly you that had to stick it together to attempt to do anything, right? Now, is this correct? Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a high effort put into Putty. Like, there is the very important detail to point out about it, that team was just very, very individually strong, right? Which means that, like, it was a dysfunctional team, but it was a strong team, right? Like, Mustard Gas has a lot of power. The H2O2 obviously has a lot of power. Among Us Potion is actually smart, right? Like, so there was team to, like, there was absolutely a team to it, and a lot of the time when they were solving it was definitely like individual things going on, because the actual like drama of the team never really got solved. But probably did at least a good job of guiding them in that direction, right? Definitely steered the wheel. So they did do a pretty good leadership. But yeah, they ended up too controlling. They're like, they don't need to lead every single team. If Rock was leading the team and it was going fine, then, you know, you should just let it. But yeah, Grinderbox apparently, from when they were younger, okay, they were really alone. So no one was there for me. I was really low. And then I met Sledgehammer, right? And Sledgehammer didn't mean to me, but they didn't know what I was going through. But they helped me out on my lows, which is quite nice. It's quite nice. I enjoy that. I enjoy that scene. Now, I don't know if I'm the biggest agree with how it was worded, because, like, I mean, it makes it, like, how old are you? Because, like, when you were way younger, but then, like, the way younger is, like, the start of the competition. I don't know how long ago was that? Like, how long have they been doing this, like, within the world? I actually don't know. I don't know. We'll need to see. But anyway, H2O2 has the battle with Samsung. Samsung tries to thaw them out. That doesn't work because they're not flammable. So they end up shooting the Samsung. Samsung is just getting trolled. There's just not much to say about it. Samsung Galaxy Note 7, it's over for you. Then Magic Gas proceeds to go over and attacks the pink triangle, which is unfortunate. The cube proceeds to try to survive by having a plank. We end up actually reaching the lever parents' house. Lever, who's I don't know if we knew this before, but is also a transitioner, which is quite cool. A circle revolving around me is also here now. Look, I get it. I don't know. Well, do I get it? I get you helping them out, you know, from above, being like, yo, you go get them. But, like, I feel like at this point, you're like, okay, you did what you needed to. I don't know if you need to stay. Dan joking about the granddad. My granddad who's watching freaking Astos Imbib. Okay, bro. Top 10 things that are true. But yeah, I'm enormous fan of like the mention of Lever's mom, like, actually there. The fact that there's like a painting of it, that's like quite that's quite cute. I like that a lot. Is that Lever design different, by the way? Because that would be yeah. Because you can actually see Levery, like the pre-transition. Yo, wait, but that Lever is looking kind of different though, is it not? Like, what's going on there? Whereas, like, there's no actual Lever there. Wait, what? Huh? Well, that's interesting. That's a cute picture though. I enjoy that. That's you see, that is very good background detail. That's background detail I'm gonna point out, because that is the exact type of background detail that gives everything just so much soul, right? The amount of soul that gets given with that is actually tremendous. Right, those are the details to me that do the biggest deal, because they make the universe feel like a universe, right? By just having like a detail where, like, if you pay attention, you will now know something extremely relevant, right? Because it's not gonna mention it; it's just gonna be there. It's not gonna be written, but it's gonna be there, right? And having this type of detail that's not written into the script directly, but is a part of the design of how things look and how things are acting, is very, very, very important. And this is and that specific painting is a great example of that. That's a 10 out of 10 thing right there. Then we end up having this scene. The sideways picking up puck proceeds to side to Barbara. Now, okay, all right, here's the thing, all right. I'm gonna be honest here. This music starts playing in the background, right? After a little bit, right? And, like, this music is, like, you don't understand it. Because, like, it's synced up to this Barbara speech, right? But you don't understand just how much it felt like Barbara was about to start doing a song and dance. Like, there is no better setup to a musical performance than that scene. Especially because this Barbara monologue is low-key, like, rhyming as well, in a little bit, right? And it's synced to how this background music is, and this background music is, like, louder than the other background musics that have actually been there. Which means that, like, this could have 100% been a random musical performance, and it would have actually worked. Now, I'm not saying, you gotta make a musical performance, but, as I've said before in some other sessions, if there's anything in an object show that I will never complain about, it is the appearance of a random musical performance for no reason. That is cool. All right, so I don't mind that, but like it really felt like Barbara was about to do that, like you can hella write this and make it. I might do that sometime. I know. I might do that sometime. I might make the Barbara speech musical. I'll sort it out. No, I won't. No. But either way, we end up having the speech being like, yo, you keep thinking about me, how I was low-key leading the team better than you. You're the least leader that has ever leaded, because, there's nothing that you can do. You're not managing to lead. You're not managing to do anything. But I can make you a better leader with an exchange. And Piggy Pug agrees to do it. But Barbara's exchange is to give me your body. I can feel alive again. I can control you and show you how to truly lead. This is I don't think we ever actually get to see whoever that gets it. Yeah, we technically don't know if it gets accepted or not. When the way Sideways Piggy Pug was looking at it, I think that it's probably accepted. But it's a very bad deal. Because, Barbara will show you how to lead. Even if that worked, right? Like, you wouldn't ever stop. Like, from the way that it's being heard, right? Barbara would start leading, but, like, the thing about it is the Side Piggy Pug would be shown how to lead, right? And that's kind of the proposition, right? For Side Piggy Pug is like, oh, I'll take over your body. I'll show you how to lead a team, right? And for as much as that's true, the only detail of the equation that's being conveniently left out is the Barbara will never actually stop showing you how to lead the team, right? Like, Barbara will just take over your body permanently, right? Like, it's not a temporary exchange. If it was a temporary, like, one challenge or whatever exchange, I could maybe even actually understand it. But, otherwise, it just doesn't kind of make sense. Also, by the way, does this mean that, like, how does that even work? Like, if you take over the body, are you, like, literally exchanging souls? Like, because, like, if Sideways Piggy Pug, then exchanges souls, wouldn't Sideways Piggy Pug have to remain in this room? Right, like, in this room, and then Barbara is the new Sideways Piggy Pug. Like, is that how that works, right? Like, the souls swap, right? But can there be two souls controlling at the same time? Is this a yin-yang situation? Like, are they both in the same, like, what is going on? Like, are they both, like, within the same body? Are they gonna, like, fight for control? Like, what are we doing out here? That could be interesting. Yo! I don't know. I could see that. I mean, like, I hope that Sideways Piggy Pug says yes, not because it's a good idea, it's actually a terrible deal, but because it'd be interesting, right? So I want to see what happens. But yeah, anyways, let's actually kind of chop down the final moments of the challenge. The straw ends up kind of fetching the people in the houses. There's not much to say about that. Everybody gets caught. In the meantime, at H202, there's not much to really say about H202. Sidewalk, they're not much to say because they're just doing murders. They proceed to actually get defeated by Squirrely, or a side Squirrely, depending on the I don't know. Wait, are they called Squirrely or side Squirrely? Well, anyway, I don't know. Squirrely does actually manage to do it by taking a piece of the back of the Google image card, which is very cool. Actually, I really like that. But it doesn't even end up working. We end up having the blue glass panel take over. They end up getting trolled by freaking Red Wall, who's a lamp. But yet again, cool scene in terms of how it's animated, in terms of lighting. The lighting work is just heavily improved. There's not much to say about it. I mentioned it a lot, but this is great lighting work. We end up having them go over to Grading T, who Grading T is like, oh, this doesn't matter anyways, whatever, I'll do it. And then they proceed to fucking freeze the entire house and take like 3 people at the same time. Since when could you do that? What? That's bullshit. What do you mean you could just freeze the entire house? Why wouldn't you just do that then? Like, just to take over the entire building. Okay then, so I can sink into the ground, take over the town, and so just get everybody at the same time. What do you mean? Okay. lame. That's the lamest thing I've ever seen. Alright, I mean, look, they were realistically not gonna get found, to be fair. So, like, I get it. It's a way to write them to eliminate it anyways. But, like, it was kind of like, bro, alright then. Wait to get everybody out quickly. Then, the straw, by just kind of existing, ends up getting freaking punching the plank into the cube, and then ends up, like, choking on the plank and then dying. So yeah, TV proceeds to do the stats where we end up having the eliminated teams beat friggin' what are they even called? One of them is a couple of names. One is the Blue Island Batteries, and then the other one is like the four names put together. So that's kind of what's going on with that. We end up also having a scene before that where Sledgehammer is proper pissed, right? Sledgehammer is proper pissed at H2O2 for, of course, what they said. H2O2 tries to play it off in their kind of, like, you know, psychopathic way, but Sledgehammer is reported like, you are an unempathetic piece of shit, fuck you, right? Which is very, very true. This is 100% accurate. H2O2 will try to play it off. There's nearly no redeemable qualities to H2O2. Part of me doesn't want there to be, because we have like a proper psychopathic villain type character here. Like, for as much as characters in the show are prone to generally improving, right? Like, they take criticism from their peers. I don't know if this is necessarily, I don't know if H2O2 would realistically take it in, but we'll see what happens. Then we end up having Ryder Box try to talk to Sledgehammer. We also end up having Graydon T, who ends up joining, by the way, proceeds because they weren't actually eliminated, they end up dropping by, and as they do that, of course, they've now harmed their relationship with the stained glass panel, which makes them. It's gonna make it, a little bit more complicated in that side of things. So more things have definitely been harmed on that aspect. In the meantime, by the way, we get to see Papery not green for the first time in ages, dude. It's been so long. This Papery wasn't green. It's actually been like a tremendous amount of time. But yeah, Paper ends up going out. But I really like the gag of the wall complaining that they were really soggy. And they'd be like, whoa, look at Paper. They're just fucking demolished in the ground. That was a really funny gag. But, yeah, in terms of who's getting eliminated, that's actually a good question. On one team, we end up having, okay, Red Wool Mustard Gas, Glue Stick, Sledgehammer, Papery. Interesting. Well, Papery is the least interesting, I would say. Well, but, okay, what does Red Wool do in this episode, to be honest, though? Not a lot. Sledgehammer, I think, is pretty relevant. Glue Stick, of course, is pretty relevant. It's about to eliminate. I'm gonna say Red Wool. I don't know. I'm just feeling Red Wool. I think, like, the other ones, like, I think Red Wool is the easiest option. I'm gonna say that. I don't know if it's gonna happen, but I think I've been historically pretty bad at predicting eliminations for BFTDI. But I'll go with that. And then this other team, of course, this team has the very important, like, thing that's going on about Red, right? And it, of course, props up the debate, what happens when Red gets eliminated? Now, Red could get eliminated. Red wants to leave the show properly, right? Wanted to stop hosting. And, of course, there's the canonical reality where that does end up happening. Of course, that could definitely also impact it, the way that BFTDI 13 plays. Realistically, it's probably better to keep them around. I really hope Circle Revolving and Lever stay in. Pink Triangle and fucking Cute Bear don't actually do a lot, especially Pink Triangle. Pink Triangle has a very quiet episode. I'm gonna be bold here, however, and I'm gonna say Red. I don't know if this is hella wrong, but I'm gonna tell Red. I'm gonna say it's Red. I don't know. That's the vibe that I'm feeling. I feel like, especially with the existence of the regular BFTDI 13, where we know what happens, and it's generally kind of happy ending, right? From everybody quitting. I think that the causing of, like, having to eliminate Red, and also the interest of what happens when you eliminate a host, I'm gonna go with Red. I don't know if it's true. I'm gonna go with Red. Are we over time and talk about this episode? Hell yeah, I am. What do you think? That I was gonna talk about the 30-minute episode for 30 minutes instead of like 50. Lamau, you thought there's still more to go. The Battle for the Dream Island 14 released hilariously fast after episode 14. no, sorry, after episode 13. It is entitled Bottling Up Your Peelings. Go. Alright, that is episode 14 of Battle for the Dream Island, the episode that officially sends this series into a little bit of weird, uncharted territory, because yet again, it's sort of a continuation of the already done series, despite the fact that it's not really wanting to step on its toes that much. I feel like it's not really wanting to, like, you know, continue officially. Like, it's not like it doesn't want to decanonize that finale. What is it called, like the red hot water. It doesn't seem to want to decanonize it yet. I think it might just sort of play it out when wanted, and then if we do get to the point where you know, BFTDI like gets significantly ahead with this type of new episode, then we'll probably have the swap between the canonizations and make the red hot water not canon anymore. But we'll see. It'll be interesting to see what gets done with that. But for now, I think we're like hedging our bets, being like, oh, maybe, you know, this might continue, this might happen, right? So for now, we'll call it as if it is. And we start off here with Red Wool going over to talk to Sledgehammer, and the most immediately noticeable thing, it's also one of the biggest details, that there's actually an art style change. Yes, it's kind of subtle. I believe it's in the brush, as the animated pros call it. But basically, it ends up a lot more like, how's the best way to describe it? I want to almost say messy, but like, it's not messy in like the way that you usually think about it. It's messy as in, like, you know, the lines are like, they're mildly shaky, right, because of like the pen pressure and stuff, right? And it gives that mild like shakiness and waviness and sort of messiness to how it looks, which it's actually good though, right? Like, you see, because people think word messy equals bad. I don't actually mind. I think that that is some little flair that can absolutely add a lot of personality to it, because it adds a lot of variance, right? Because like, while the Ava art is very recognizable, right, in the way that in the way that it functions, it's also got the significant limits into how expressive it can really be, because it does things like make mouths so small. They can only do so many expressions because they can't open their mouths even that much, right? And like the eyebrows are also small, they can be very large, right? Like all these things, like in general, elements are kind of small, so you can't do massive expressiveness with it. So by adding this additional sort of detail to it, that can definitely help in making it a little bit more distinct, a little bit more decided, which I enjoy a lot. So I think this is a good idea. It does make it even more distinct than usual, which is interesting. We'll see how it's gonna go. Especially in animation for like other shows, but it'll be curious. We're gonna having Red Bull have a chat here with Sledgehammer, going over. Sledgehammer proceeds to go, I'm not the type of person to hold a grudge, you know, I'll got over it. And Red Bull proceeds to, of course, look over at the blue glass panel with it, like, oh, yeah, so true. Grindable. In the meantime, yeah, no, this team is having a massive debate because Gradient is getting mega mad because of the blue glass panel, right? And Putty, who's of course like that little bit of a disaster. It's a mess, all right, what's going on there. And what's going on there, we end up also having well, The Rock is just kind of, I don't even think The Rock is beefing. The Rock is just sitting there be like, bruh. But yeah, Barbara, who has successfully been taking over Sideways Piggy Pug's body, which means that Sideways Piggy Pug has taken the deal from last episode. It was kind of left up in the air whether that deal was actively taken. It was taken. Sideways Piggy Pug is very dumb, but like, it's cool. But it's cool in terms of the show. It's an extremely dumb decision to actually accept that deal from fucking Barbro, who nobody even liked anyways. But It was like barely even a team leader, but like, all right, and we from one failed team leader to the next. Here we go. There's apparently 9 hidden like there's like one piece of art that's apparently hidden there 9 times. I think I saw like 3 of them, but I wasn't necessarily looking for them. You know, I wasn't like, pause on this random phrase. I gotta scan. That's the scanning sound, right? Like, I'm not exactly gonna, like, I don't wanna do that, but I'm sure somebody found them all. Yeah, I also like the some additional like design elements that are also getting utilized from time to time to actually, like, you know, differentiate more, right? Like, for example, the fact that the sideways piggy pug Barbara has circle eyes rather than oval eyes that are not filled into the middle. You see, that's a really good detail, right? Like, it makes the character feel so immediately distinct than the average. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Then we end up having Red, who proceeds to quickly announce their elimination for their team because they did get eliminated with 21 votes. Red is out. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. We end up having, like, definitely this was the vote because we know from meta reasons, right, from the original episode 13, that Red wants to go, and in that universe, that actually ends pretty well. So, you know, yeah, Red getting eliminated here makes sense for us wanting the best for Red. It's also just interesting, more interesting than the rest of the team. And the rest of the team didn't really do much wrong, really, to deserve it. Yet again, cool angles like this one of the TV, where you get to kind of see the inner of it, which it's, I mean, I gotta question how that TV works. If it's like a meter in the television, it's like a bit weird. Like, you can't usually see the freaking inner wall of the televisions, but you know, what are you gonna do? And then in the meantime, I end up being, can TV host? Apparently no, because TV is woman. Women cannot host competition. Official rule stated right here that you can't do that because no other show has ever done that, and you know, it's a bit dangerous to be a pioneer. So, all right then. We end up also hosting the elimination for the other team, by the way, where Papery ends up getting eliminated with like an amount of votes. This 19 votes. I got this one wrong. I thought Red Wool was just gonna kind of like be, it was gonna kind of half irrelevant the way across. Like, Red Wool isn't really that irrelevant, by the way. They're not as irrelevant as I remember. It's because I get them confused with the fucking cube like all the time. Right, so like I don't like, they blend as one character, and as a blended character they don't do anything because they don't exist as a blended character, right? But so I kind of get I get it kind of mixed up. But yeah, Paper ends up getting eliminated. Unfortunate, but they didn't really do. They were the least interesting plot of that episode, as they were just kind of flying in space. Like, they had a funny guy attached to it, but that was like about it. But yeah, Monster Gas proceeds to apologize for not ever getting a chance to talk to you. I find it really cute the way that the Paper proceeds to hug them, and then they leave off. Then we end up heading into the mountain. Now, here's one thing that I do want to point out. All right, that like, personally is a detail that I really enjoy. The map here for this place, right? This like kind of trunk is pretty much the classic Roblox place, right? It's the Roblox default place historically. Now, I gotta admit, I really like that. I find that really cool. As somebody who, as a kid, spent way too long in the classic Roblox place, right? That is just cool. I don't know. I just like that because, like, I look at like that cave, and it's like, I know that cave. I know that cave. I've been there. I've been to that cave. I was not doing what H2O2 is doing. I feel you. You know, I personally enjoy that, but that's fully biased. H2O2 is just kind of mad at themselves for suddenly caring a lot about the sledgehammer. They pick up the gun, they throw the gun, and they'll be like, whatever. They're just kind of debating themselves out here, but yeah, they end up being like, fine, I'm unredeemable. Fine, this is funny. Okay, yeah, sure, that's what I do. It's what I had to do. But yeah, they proceed to sit there. We'll see how that's gonna develop. But I don't know. There's like this character is in an interesting position. You can take it in a lot of different ways. As I said, I think I would personally keep them evil rather than make them realize the error of their ways, because so many characters realize the error of their ways in the show that I think it's just interesting for one of them to not do that. But you absolutely can take this character to a direction where they kind of like realize or get spoken to, or maybe they get beat up in a real like Homeland something like that, right? Like some a little bit different. And there's interesting approaches that you can take it. But yeah, anyways, women cannot host. So this new host arrived, Ice Cream, the wacky Australian, and the wacky Australian is gonna do a competition. And they end up teleporting ourselves back to where we were, which is those little grassland things. Which is mildly redesigned. It's very green. It's like very green. It's extreme. Everything is, the sky is green, bro. What is going on here? But yeah, I mean, it looks cool. But it's very green. Then we end up having the very interesting challenge for Scrolly's birthday, which should I say? I mean, we're not PG around here. we're not PG around here, but at the same time, it's not the best challenge. Well, if you're this deep into the Battle for the Dream Island 14 discussion, you probably know what the challenge of Battle for the Dream Island 14 is. But yeah, it's a very, very complicated challenge because it's impossible. It's literally impossible for just half the contestants for obvious reasons. And there's also not a dog. So it's just not possible. Like, this is not a challenge that has any degree of doability, right? Because you could even argue that it's possible, but the part where you gotta actually give it to the dog is actually impossible. So this is a bad challenge, okay? It's not just hard, it's just impossible. So, yeah, Scroll ends up being very sad. It was their birthdays. I find I find it cute. I'm not gonna lie, characters in this show, when they're like just irrationally sad, are like quite adorable. I actually feel bad. I don't the freaking 3 over the last episode. They're adorable, bro. But oh well. Then we end up having the idea, yo, how about we try to recover Bliney instead? Because that's a better idea. They proceed to try to do that. They end up throwing the liney piece at the liney piece to try to get the liney piece to stop doing the liney piece. And then eventually, after throwing the liney piece at the liney piece and walking out, because it, it's like a boo, you can't stare at it or else it won't move. It will proceed to get awoken, which is pretty cool. And we end up having ourselves the new. What's not? Is it new? Bro, I'm not gonna lie, right? I can't. Every single time I look at this intro, it always looks ever so slightly different than the previous time I looked at it. But I don't even think it's true. I don't think this intro is any different than how it looked in BFTDI 13. But it feels like, anyways. I don't know. It's weird. There's like a omega weird placebo effect that's actually going on with that. But yeah, we end up having Liney to get a token of gratitude, and they end up breaking, and eventually we end up having Liney. Now, personal criticism, alright, that is, it's just kind of my opinion on this matter. Personally, right, I would, because the art style kind of constructs, right, like this messiness to the lines, and this makes that the messiness with Liney is definitely there. I would personally keep Liney away from it. I don't think Liney doesn't look the part when the art style is like splitting them kind of like at random in like two. Right, it's like splitting like in the middle or like in the side. It's not super like. I don't think it looks aesthetically very pleasing, and I don't personally think it fits very well. Right, because with a character, it makes sense, but with Liney, I don't think it really fits very well. So I would personally try to keep Liney as much of a line as possible. I think that just makes more sense, right? I would keep Liney kind of maybe more to the old art style, but the art style is overall pretty good. I don't think it fits Liney very well, but that's kind of an opinion. Doesn't need to be followed. That's just kind of what I believe. But yeah, we end up allowing everybody to get eliminated. But as everybody gets eliminated, we don't say Red's name. We allow Red to go off, which is interesting because, again, I mean, like, you would presumably believe, right? Like, because here's the thing about Red, right? It's just that without the information that Red has been eliminated, that means that Red hasn't been eliminated, and that means that Red is in the competition. Right, that's the thing that's kind of going on. So, like, Liney would 100, like, there's no way for Liney to know that Red has quit the competition without, somebody telling them, which means that they currently would believe Red to be in the competition, which means that if that team loses again, Red should 1,000,000% be up for elimination. There is no, to me, there's no debate about that, right now, because, like, Liney would not know. Liney does not know, has not been informed. So to them, their competition is the same. But they still know the status of the competition otherwise. Like, they're right, like they know how the teams work. They don't know who got eliminated, but they know how the teams work. They know what's going on, right? Yeah. Either way, we end up having the hole gets plugged up because Liney's back alive. Everybody drops back down alongside the new people. We end up having Muggy come in as we end up, of course, going back into the landscape. Now, this is of course, a mildly awkward situation. Because you can see that because this now has to factor in the events of elsewhere into itself, right? And you can see that it does that by having like having Muggy and F-Bomb introduced together, because that's the one thing that happened. However, it's also, of course, an awkward scenario where, like, well, I'm presuming more things happened than elsewhere, right? Right? Like, more situations happened. The circle's no longer there, at least not that we know, right? Is every other character just exactly the same as they were? Did nothing interesting ever happen elsewhere in elsewhere? Like, is that just it? Like, the list of interesting things, you know? Like, that's kind of interesting. But, oh, well, that's interesting. Then they're getting a break. They go over to the elimination area after this interesting sculpture gets dropped by. And Liney proceeds to come back in to do the elimination. No, sorry. The rejoin. It's going to be a rejoin challenge. This rejoin challenge, however, will have viewer voting because the viewer votes for an advantage. Yes. This is something that we've seen from time to time. It's quite rare, but it does happen. It is known as an option, right, where you give an advantage to somebody. In a possible rejoin. This is definitely one of them an interesting thing to do, because it's like quite a complicated thing to do as well, right? It's a complicated thing to do because it gives you the knowledge that sometimes it might be better to not have. Right? Because even though you're voting to assist, not the rejoin, who wins this poll? Well, 90% would have won a rejoin poll. So you know who the people want, right? You know who the people want with the assist, right? And therefore, writing the assist to be useless, for example, is kind of throwing it under the bus. But you see, it puts you in like an awkward situation where you get called out either way. Because if the assist is useless and they don't rejoin, then you're called out for specifically not putting them in. But if the assist is used when they do rejoin, then they just get called out for making a vote to rejoin in disguise. You see, it's kind of like it's that type of thing that ends up getting you in like a little bit of a lose-lose situation if people are pedantic. I don't think the viewer base of this show is one that I don't think the viewer base of the show is the type of viewer base that's gonna doubt a lot, right? Like in general, I think that it's kind of it's a pretty personal show, right? Like there's not like crew going on. There's not like omega ambitions necessarily, right? Which means that there's not really like the scrutiny given to it necessarily, which means that it doesn't really have to over try, in what it's in what it's doing. So I don't really think that like it's gonna get called out for any of that. But if any like show is trying to be mainstream, I probably wouldn't recommend it for that reason, because you'll get called out either way. But for this case, it is okay. Then the episode proceeds to end. We end up having the final moment where ADHD gives a little present to Scrolly, who was just sitting there and was sad. That's cute. That's fun. I like that. I don't know what was in the present. I don't even. No, we don't actually get to see what the present was. They're taking their sweet time. You didn't give them a dog. You didn't give them a dog, bro. Ice cream. At least make the challenge possible, right? At least let a character entertain the idea of its possibility. The bro made the challenge so that you literally have to think of a different way than this bro hosting, because it's impossible to ever actually follow the host rules, because it's impossible to follow them. But yeah, that is Battle for the Dream Island. I know I'm running overtime because I'm always running overtime nowadays. Look, I upload Catchup way less often right now, so especially, and I'm also, of course, very late to these episodes, so I think the episodes deserve a little bit of additional coverage, alright, than usual, because, like, you know, like, we're late anyways, right? I might as well, like, if they're rarely ever gonna get screen time on my channel nowadays, because Catch-Up is mega slow, I might as well give them the additional one when they do earn it, right? So, like, that's kind of what I believe. But in terms of how Battle for Dream Island is, yeah, I mean, it's good. These two episodes were good episodes. I enjoyed them a lot. Episode 13 especially, that was a very entertaining episode. It had a lot of fun gags, while at the same time being solidly paced, but also long. It was very, very good. It was a very, very high level. And of course, I'm not super remembering the first batch of episodes of Battle for the Dream Island because I watched them last year. But like, it was, but like, from just, you know, the feeling that I have from them, because as is one of my favorite quotes to say ever, as time passes, memory works in the way where it substitutes detail with feeling. So even though I don't necessarily remember the details of the episode, I remember how I felt about them. And as far as how I currently feel about episode 13, it absolutely felt like the best. Absolutely felt the best. It was funny, but at the same time, it kept to its guns and actually progressed and did relevant things. So it was very, very good. In terms of course, the continuation and the whole, you know, debacle with the show like actual situation, I think that this is a nice way to go about it, right? Kind of have like, okay, show is done, there's like a fallback necessarily, where it's like, if we just want to make that 13 the finale, sure, right, that was already pre-decided. However, if we do eventually get to the point where this is managing to like keep chugging along, and we're still motivated to continue it here or there, right, popping in some episodes, then we can swap it out, and then we can canonize this and decanonize that, and then you know, get this back into the mainstream, like into the mainstream way of Battle for Dream Island, because like the viewership is still there. Despite that, I think both these episodes got like 1.4K, and I think this episode got record views, right, which is relatively nice when you consider that not much else has really happened on like the Ava channel to like garner up additional viewership, which means that like around like, you know, like 6 a.m. or something, but or like, what was the other show? It's like EOE that might happen. But like this, so like the fact that it's still getting up does show that the interest is absolutely there, and the quality increase is getting felt with additional viewership, right? People are starting to realize, people are starting to know, and like I do think that it is possible to continue it, and have it be solid. Whether we're motivated to do that, we'll see, right? But yeah, in terms of elsewhere, it definitely feels like it's one of those. As with many people that made BFDIEs, it sounds like a good idea in theory, and then you kind of, but like the BFDIE formula is very much so about going through the motions, right? BFDIE is intentionally not that interesting, and you know, for smaller creators who like, you know, need more time to put in to overall make less product, they want to have more interesting stabs at it. So the elsewhere formula probably isn't what I would recommend to a show creator, because you just have to go through the motions, right? Like the BFTDI elsewhere episodes, they wouldn't be very different to the ones that we currently saw. They would be really similar, actually, most likely, right? Which means that of course, it's there now, which means that maybe we should, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend much of it, right? Like they would be fun, sure, because I do think that the way that that kind of early BFB type writing is solid, but like, you know, it wouldn't be like it wouldn't be groundbreaking. So yeah. All right, that's my current status on Battle for Dream Island on the AvaCoffee shows. Very glad to get this done with. in terms of this coverage, because it's absolutely one of the ones that I've had the most in the back of my mind as like this is a problem, right? As soon as I saw like the BFTDI also release, I'm like, what do I do about this? So I'm glad I got the permission to actually cover the episodes. I hope that this coverage was pretty cool. I don't know if Ava will be watching these, but Ava historically has watched them for this and the other show, the building ones. So like overall, in case you are here, hello, hope you didn't mind. Yeah, if there's another section, which I believe there will be in this video, we'll go to it. Next up, it's technically more recent, even though, I mean, at this point it's already 3 weeks old, but DIBS had a new season, basically, because it has had this thing called DIBS NF, alright, which I believe stands for DIBS New Friends, alright. Since this episode is from a previously covered creator and it has 10,000 views plus, I believe that it counts as something that I should probably cover today already, especially because the next few episodes probably won't have too much of this type of coverage, so I think it's time before it gets too old. DIBS NF 1 is entitled Heart of Glass. Here we go. DIBS and F1, the new friends. This is an interesting episode for sure. So, well, first of all, what's the premise? The premise is that DIBS takes a while sometimes, right? By just formulating the group of people, sometimes that group of people will be busy, right? Or will, stall for a significant period of time because of either the person who calls dibs, it just takes a really long time, or, nobody can take dibs on a scene, right? And all these things. Then you don't want to have somebody overdo do for the entirety of the episode, because then that defeats the point, right? So you need to have more people do it, but then some people are busy, and you need to have everybody be a part in some capacity of every episode, because otherwise they're not part of the dibs, really, if they don't contribute, right? So you need all these things, and sometimes it can take a while. So then the concept then becomes, okay, but dibs is a format more than it is a show, right? It's a system, which means that having a new set of people come in and make and do a new season, quote unquote, of dibs, it's gonna be, by the nature of the way that it's gonna be completely different, right? It's not gonna be the same at all. Because it's gonna be entirely new people, it's gonna be an entire new vibe, right? Because the energy's gonna change, right? Which is interesting, and it's an interesting concept, and it gets delivered here. Now, is this a good idea? In terms of, debatable. I feel like for anybody involved, probably the only person that I'd, of course, maybe question is Zombie Turtle themselves, right? Under the logic of, okay, sure, but, you gotta think of the ecosystem, right? Because I like to kind of point this out, with the quantity of shows that's getting created, you are creating an ecosystem around you, right? So it's you're making dibs, you're making this, you're adding YOLO to it, right? And by having by adding more and more shows to an ecosystem is what I tell a lot of the smaller creators. But it's kind of by forming this ecosystem, you got to of course be watchful eye of it, right? Because if somebody's coming out here, has 7 ideas for shows, does 7 episode 1s, and then never does episode 2s for anything instead of one show, then it starts becoming less and less trustworthy, which builds less and less hype around what's getting made. Now, Zombie Turtle is not a small creator, which means that if there's one person that does not need advice on this, it is that. But I still will point it out in case anybody else who happens to be listening. But yeah, just like try to not make too many audio shows. You know, you can do what you want, but like I don't recommend it, obviously, right? But yeah, and of course it can cause technical confusion with the way that it's exactly called DIBS, but you know, oh well, things do be how it be. We end up starting off here, of course, with the ploy of why DIBS and F exist, that we need to get some new friends, because the previous ones are apparently bad, quote-unquote. We have some gags in it, of course, like Greeny Guy being busy making animatic battle. That's taken, like, 6 months longer than originally anticipated, and it's like, they're gonna murder me. Yeah, no, it's cooked for you, bro. But we end up going over to our new set where the phone isn't coming, and this bull proceeds to answer it. Do we know the names of the characters? They probably get said. Am I good at catching them? No, I'm not. I will be abysmal at this. But yeah, we have ourselves the new intros where our fellas are rolling over all the characters in the show. And those are the new friends. Who are the new friends, by the way? New friends, other than Zombie Turtle, we have Blue Gelatin, Roasted Oat, Melano, Lookpal 18, Sacri, Mations Bomb, Owner, Saturn the Sile, and Snowy Cliffs. Most of these people we have actually faced before in catch-up terms, right? We've taken a look at Sacri shows. We've taken a look at Mation Bomb's Orbit. We've taken a look at Lookpel's Lakeside Party. We've, of course, and I think Owner, right, is the one who does acronyms. We haven't actually watched acronyms, but we watched some of the surrounding things like Battle for Life. So we've done that. The others we haven't necessarily take a look at what they do themselves, but I do think, but I like Winter, for example, which I believe Snowy Cliffs is there. It just works on a million shows. Blue Gelatin, I think, as well, right? We've seen there's work that is done in other shows that we face. So I think we've seen everybody in the object catch-up ecosystem, but you know, now they get to shine their light in their proper way, right? But anyways, we need to get some people, right? 50 people apparently need to be caught here by the phone. The phone proceeds to say that, and they proceed to do that in various ways. Now, this beginning is interesting because it's extremely different than the DIBS start, right? And I think this is definitely something to do, right, with this with this thing, right? That was basically the fact that when you make a new DIBS, right, the formula has been decided in a way, right, where like you can see where DIBS 1, I feel like, was kind of finding its half footing, right, from having to kind of formulate it from the beginning, right, and you can see it in how the episode's kind of structured, right, because the first like 15 to 20 minutes of DIBS is just nonsense. Like, it's just random stuff that's happening. It introduces the characters in like a random way, and then the phone shows up like halfway through the episode, right? And I may say an enormous episode. I may say like 35 to I think it's 35. No, yeah, I think it's 35 minutes. And that ends up being complicated because, yeah, it suffers a little bit from that because it ends up being a bit messy, quote unquote, in the way that it gets that a viewer portrays it, because the characters show up in a weird way. And like they're mildly disorganized, but and then they just like keep appearing, right? There's less structure to it, and of course from a production line point, it's like who's gonna be the one to make the crack and actually start the show, right? But as DIBS proceeds to progress in a way, and now the formula is decided with more and more episodes, especially as Zombie Turtle's hosting it again, right? We know how it rolls. We know how it works from having made the newer episode of DIBS, right? Which means that it could get introduced more properly, right? Now that there's a baseline to follow. So we skip the mumbo jumbo and blend in sort of team forming and in this case cast forming and introductory sections as one, which makes a lot of sense, right? Because like it forms. We know that that's what has to be done anyways, right? So we might as well do that, because the first episode is always going to be a little long. We might as well do that before more chaos arrives, right? And that ends up that ends up solid. It's like it's interesting. It's very interesting because DIBS, like, at its heart is definitely right. Like, anarchy is the best word to describe it. Right? Like, it's anarchy in how it functions, but the more organizational that it is, I think the more it functions. Right, like it's like it really is a ploy where it's like the less organized it is, the more chaotic it is, and you can even see like a similar thing going on. For example, in the beginning of Ten and Tussle, the show from who? The show from Pick Person, Prick, who made a DIBS style show, right? Who has currently only got the 1A episode, but you can see that exact same thing that happens in DIBS 1 happen in that episode as well. It's kind of random stuff for a little bit as people are just kind of trying to introduce characters in until there's either too many characters, just a little bit of a mess, right? Because again, first time doing the system, so by just starting the system, there's such a blank slate that doesn't make sense. But starting with the formula actually makes it really good. That's what I want to say. I'm a yapper. But yeah, we proceed to go over to the phone. We get to the first batch of people, which are this like cauldron, I think, and like this box, who's a little bit awkward. These characters are relatively relaxed, which, by the way, definitely is something that I've noticed. This DIBS, partially also because of what I've said, is significantly more organized at its heart within the show itself, actually, because I think one of the possible reasons why is that, well, like, the show feels more relaxed and structured from the beginning, right? Because again, because of that structure, right? Like, it has the team forming immediately get made, so you already have the objective, right? Every person who does a scene is pretty much encouraged to do what? They're encouraged to make a scene where somebody goes up to two characters of their volition, the new characters, and somehow, some way, they will go to the phone and join. That is what everybody is pretty much encouraged to do, right? And that's pretty much what everybody proceeds to do. So that makes it an extremely organized little start. And from the way that kind of has to operate, it's volunteer. Right, as well, in the way that you have to go up there into the middle. It's hard to just kidnap a person, right? So it also makes the character selection a little bit more generally like organized as characters, because they're more likely to say yes to joining a show, you know. Which is interesting, rather than just being there in the vicinity when a phone says, "Yo, what's good?" But yeah, we end up fetching some characters. Then we find this fire hydrant, who's a little bit of a rebel but does enjoy things. And then we end up having this like angle fella. So yeah, we have dog hydrant, and then we have like the Angly, I'm gonna call you. And they end up apparently fetching more people by heavily stretching the angle. And then we end up finding Fireplace, who's just a cool ass design. By the way, thing that I'd like to point out here, that I also enjoy about the DIBS formula a lot, is that the DIBS formula is in a result of how it functions as well, like sort of encouraging more OCs and stuff, does give in to a degree of character design freedom that is so high, bro. Because, like, this is something that I notice a lot that happens with shows, right? Is that, like, if you look at the shows from, like, the relatively big level, shows that are trying to do big, right? They have character designs that are very simple, right? They're very simple at its nature, you know? Because, like, there's, I don't know, because there's this ploy of, like, getting simple objects. But then you look at kind of, like, OCs, right, and object OC community, and like the art, fan art and stuff of them, and it's like I see all the craziest designs, all the craziest objects, right? and it's like, yo, what's going on? Like, we're out here fucking like having the coolest character designs of all time, and you're telling me most shows are sticking fucking balloons. But like but with a show like this that directly encourages to fetch from the from the catalog rather than directly construct a character for each of these people, it allows for a degree of like originality to how characters look, that is very nice. I personally am a big advocate of this. If you have some wacky character concept you're making a show, just put it on there. Just do it. Just do it, bro. Just do it. Come on, right? Like they're memorable. But I've waited to proceed to hop on. Then we end up having buttermilk. Okay, what are these called? Buttermilk pancake. And then the other fella, I should know what you're called, but I don't. So that's unfortunate. No, wait, what were what? Needed eraser. These character designs are also crazy. You see what I mean? Like, look at these character designs. I don't want to just look cool. Like, I don't want to just look cool. Like, fucking buttermilk pancakes and their eyes are in egg yolks. Like, come on. Yes. This is what we need in more shows. I'm a big advocate for this type of character design, bro. But either way, we end up going back around. But even this needed eraser has like one winner style hand, and the other hand is just a regular hand. Like, it's just interesting, man. But either way, some fellas are doing it. Lemonade has doing a lemonade stand. Then we have a flower pot that's trying to get a flower seed so they can plant a flower on their face, which is interesting. I'm not exactly sure how that would work. That would be kind of interesting, but they don't end up actually getting it because they end up getting sucked up towards the show. And then the lemonade proceeds to also join the show anyways, as they get $20 for, of course, joining the show, because the lemonade and stuff is actually going on. But yeah, there's apparently something in the box itself. There's like a picture in the box. What is in the box? I don't know. There's like a picture of a guy. Might be DVD case from DIBS, I don't know. But yeah, we end up having the heart that grows in size, right? There's a couple of things. There's more characters that draw by the way. Of course, we end up having Professor Fishbowl, which is interesting because they're kind of humanoid in the way that they function. But that's interesting. So they're like kind of professor thing going on, but they have like, oh my god, we gotta go to the lab. Then we also have a Christmas tree. They're like they're like resident chaos. If it wasn't for Christmas tree, this show would kind of just be normal. If it wasn't for Christmas tree, the level of chaos per minute that would happen is actually relatively low. Again, this is a significantly more composed show than like DIBS is, at least in this episode. It'll be interesting to see if the chaos goes higher or lower in future episodes. I mean, that's going to increase the amount of chaos that ends up happening because there's getting bored. There's getting bored, right? That when you have such unbelievable freedom, right? Like by a certain point, we'll just be like, oh, hey, I'm gonna try to be wacky, right? And then more people will try to be wacky at the same time. It's just gonna cause like mass havoc, and that is DIBS at its absolute finest, right? So yeah, we end up having this box fella that can't speak, and then Rockman who does that. They end up kind of running over until it gets extinguished. Then we end up having the mini watermelon or whatever you're called, and you end up going in with Gamey, who thinks is a threat level 7. They have some arm cannon thing, game overs, and they're like kind of. And they're like a duo. They're like a tag team duo. So all right, I see it. And as of it, discuss over it, they're about to go grab the phone until Pill and Chip proceed to drop by. They're the ones from the DIBS, and they're back here again as the ultimate space rangers that are gonna save the lands. So yep, there we go. Will we actually do by the way, everybody for some reason thinks that they're doing a public execution. Not sure why, and they are gonna do a public execution because Christmas tree's there, but until they eventually disagree with that idea. After the superhero does that, and we end up having the team getting made. Teams don't actually get made because they would complain too much, so they end up going in cups. Remember, like that thing that they did? Is this a DIBS channel? Hold on, wait a minute. I have some deja vu of this being a thing they did in DIBS, but I don't think it is. Right? They don't enter massive cups in DIBS. Where do they enter massive cups? I think it's. Oh, it's that one show. It's the. Oh God, is it AS4? I think it's AS4, is it not? Right, where like you have to break a giant cup to get out. Wait, and don't they do that in UBS as well? Yeah. They do that. No, in WB, no, sorry, in AS4, I think they, wait, is it AS4? Dude, I don't know. Hold on. Because I remember, oh god. I think it is AS4. Yeah, where like there's an episode where one person's stuck in a cup and the other people outside and you have to chip to get them out. So not everybody's in, right? So that's kind of different. And then I think in UBS it's the same thing but in reverse, where nobody's in the cage and you have to break it anyways, right? You have to break like the glass like box. Okay, I think that's what happened. So this is, I think, unique, but it's very it's very much so a concept. Or having to kind of break it from inside. I'm an enormous fan of the of the gag of saying, "Wow, Santa's Little Helpers. That team name is so cool." And then like since they said that team name is so cool, that's like a statement. So they end up just fucking like destroying the other team. And they take over the team name. They've like decided the other team's team name for them, which is the greatest gag I've ever seen. And how is that not a thing more object shows have done? Like, now that I've heard this gag, it sounds like the most obvious gag in the world, but I've never heard of it until now. And it's absolutely hilarious. But alright then. Anyways, the players proceed to try to, of course, get out of it, and they do it so in a couple of tactics. I will say, for the level of character designs that are, being portrayed, it's not, they're not actually the most creative breakouts in the world. Pale just kind of levitates after hearing a motivational speech, and then they proceed to break out. Then another one proceeds to say, then we end up having the team fucking troll and be like, Yo guys, we need more people. And then 1 billion people come in. I like the gag of having Lucas come by. I was like, oh hey, I'm looking for new friends. But unfortunately, as like a little gag to separate from the intro. But yeah, that's kind of fun. Then we end up having the Needed Eraser. They end up just breaking it with their voice. They end up just going, like a voice like that. I don't know why my high voice is dead right now, but we end up having Lemonade try to pay people to get them out, which ends up losing them some money because of course they can't do that. You see, this is not, you don't understand the art of they don't understand the art of negotiation. You gotta do it and then you give the money. You don't give the money and then they do it. You gotta do it and then they give the money, right? Or like a part. I don't know. Like you gotta understand, bro. But alright then, we end up having Rockman destroy every piece of glass that is not the actual glass, which is like a bro moment. But for some reason they randomly be like, then we have new scene dropped where they end up being like, oh wow, I like you a lot, or whatever. And they offer to go out for dinner for some reason with Rockman, and then Rockman proceeds to say he's not ready for a big commitment, which is, by the way, as I always like to say, one of the most interesting details about DIBS as a system. It's the commitment level of like actually doing something crazy, right? Like that is one of the most interesting parts about it, and it is one of the things that I'll be more interested to see. Not sure if a DIBS is ever ending, considering the significant characters additions that ends up being there. But like, if a DIBS ever finishes, right, one of the I would be hella like into like a behind the scenes, because I think like the structured DIBS is a very interesting format, right? And like I'd be very curious if there's ever a behind the scenes peek at it, like something. I think it would be cool to witness it in action. But either way, they're called Kintsugi Ball. That's what the first character is called. That's what the titular character is. That's what like the mascot Kitsugi. Well, I'm bad at names, right? But they end up breaking it by just kind of all falling apart, and just splashing into a million pieces, and then one of the pieces proceeds to crack the entire glass, and the glass ends up breaking. So like, that makes sense. The recovery center is solar power, by the way, and it's also quite cool looking. I actually enjoy it quite a bit. Rockman's team is entitled, well, Rockman is sad. a telephone, which is wrist. So they're team wrist. Then we end up having the team that loses being the team with the angle. We have the box, the friggin' gamey. Wait, hold on. What were the two teams? They're so cool. And the other team, which I don't remember what it was called, but yeah, we end up having the dog hydrant yet again tries to make it a vote to save because the dog hydrant just loves chaos. And then they meet in the middle and they do a ranking system. So interesting. You gotta rank the system. Oh, so cool. And the team without a name. So that would be Buttermilk, Pancakes, Christmas Tree, Angle, Box, Chip, Professor Fishbowl, the Kiwi Slice. Oh, that's what you're called. And then Gaming. Great icons, by the way, for all of them. But that is interesting. Now, okay. Ranking system is an interesting system, right? Because it's a system that greatly diminishes probably the amount of votes that you actually get, because you have to rank everybody, right? Like it's a significantly more conscious effort than making a choice, like just one choice. So, I was gonna do that. Now, in terms of is this a good system? Usually, no. By the way, I was just gonna say, unless one is a big fan of a system, unless one is a big fan of a show, majority of people don't have a ranking, right? Like if you take it's like taking a look at an episode of Survivor and being like, rank the characters now, right? Like it's like, okay, I mean, I don't know about this one, right? So it's not great. Again, in terms of this doesn't matter. DIBS does funny. Right, like DIBS does funny. So it did an episode where you can vote as many times as you want. It did an episode that didn't matter or whatever. Right, it's done weird voting systems. It's fine for DIBS to do it, but just saying in terms of is this an objectively good system in terms of how voting should be done? No, I personally don't think so, because a viewer won't have enough information in their head to actually make a proper ranking. Right, they'll have like a favorite or they'll have like a least favorite, but like in general, the middle, only true fans are really gonna have a decisive middle, and everybody else's middle is just gonna kind of be random, which means that probably a lot of I would highly expect that other than the favorite, which I don't know who's gonna be, I think that pretty much everybody's gonna be very close together in votes, right? Like I don't think there's gonna be much of a relevant change between them. In terms of elimination, who's actually getting out, okay, I really hope Buttermilk doesn't get out. I love Buttermilk. I think Fishbowl was interesting, so I'll keep Fishbowl in. I think Angles was funny, so I'll keep Angle in. Christmas Tree was also funny, so I'll keep them in. A Chip is the one from the other show, which could possibly hurt them in this case, but I think there's also that bias for it, so I'll say they're fine. So then it's Kiwi Slice, Gaming, and Box. Now, Gaming and Kiwi Slice, I think, have an interesting dynamic going on, so I think they survive. So then Box is the one that ends up kind of being screwed, because they not only suffer heavily from being a non-speaking character in this, which, in terms of the DIBS scenario, is just over for you, bro. Like, I'm sorry, it's just over for you. People are out here taking DIBS to write characters, and there's just a character that it's mega difficult to write for because they can only talk in expressions, right? Well, it's tough for this situation, right? Like a lot of additional attention has to kind of get placed on it, and with so much other ideas of the whole anarchy of it, I don't think that Box is gonna get a lot of screen time in this show unless somebody just really locks in, right? Unless somebody just really takes Box and is like, I'm gonna save you. Box is screwed from the get-go, so I would say that probably Box is getting out, but we need to see. But yeah, we end up having the final scene where the final that we're like this. What are you? You're like a picnic box or something. I don't know what you. I don't know what you are. You're just a red box. What? You end up getting a note from the Brock man, which I don't know what it is, but it's just scribbles. So it's scribbles and stuff. And then the episode ends with the character being like, "Wow, these new friends were so exciting and stuff." And there we go. That's DIBS. Dib. What do we think of this episode? I think it was good. I enjoyed it. It's how would I say this compares to DIBS? It felt more kind of relaxed, I would say. Which like I personally found this, especially because of that starting structure, significantly easier to follow than the DIBS episode. Like I think this episode, right, was like genuinely like 4 or 5 times easier to follow than a DIBS episode was. DIBS episodes tend to be significantly more chaotic with it, and like that DIBS NF episode, for as much as like, okay, sure, some stuff happened, it was organized and it got things done within reasonable, and it showed it off, right? Like it did things pretty logically. It didn't forget details. It was well constructed, all things together, which is, you know, always going to be kind of the challenge with it. But it actually pulls off pretty well. So not gonna say I necessarily like it more than the DIBS episodes, because the chaos of the original DIBS episodes is extremely like entertaining, right? It's very entertaining, the chaos of the DIBS episodes, but the organizational kind of variant of the chaos that I think that this group portrays, like I would personally call them significantly more, I would, from the way that this episode went, I would say significantly more organized. It's interesting. It gives it a different vibe, right? Than just being DIBS, but different people. So yeah, I like it. But it's a little bit of a distinct identity. I do personally, I am maybe mildly worried, but I do think that it's probably gonna slowly drift into regular DIBS. But we'll need to see how much this stuff gets done. All right. Okay, that is that. I'm not sure if there's another section in this video, but if there is, it's going to be there. Otherwise, it's going to be the outro. You can check the timestamps, bro. Alright, the last thing I'm going to take over for this episode, because it's nearing 4 hours long. I'm not taking a look at that many distinct things, but I wanted to get the longer situations out of the way, and also some of the bigger shows, quote-unquote, out of the way as well. But in this case, we are going to go over to Who's the Best Power? Yes, because episode 4A released. I've been informed about it, certainly, even before it released. But yes, it released after a long hiatus, over 8 months. No, sorry, 7, right? Because it's been a month since it actually happened. But the challenge ends up being to decorate one of the 2 towers that the fellows are sleeping in as well as possible. They proceed to do so in, of course, a couple of different tactics. They go to the store, they steal, they have some battles, they have some things. We end up getting some judges to judge. They judge in various degrees of success. And overall, what team loses as one of them? Look, hopefully I can remember myself. After 4A, which is entitled Entering the Volcano. Alright, that is Who's the Best Power 4A Entering the Volcano. Now, we have ourselves the grand return of Who's the Best Power. Now, is it a very grand of a return? I mean, like, kind of. It's, alright, like, the best way that I can describe this type of episode is that it's one of those, A's that's like very trust me bro, right? It's a very trust me bro type episode, right? And sometimes they are in certain situations a strategical tool that probably should happen, right? To sort of ease people in, being like, yo, this is taking a while, but it's happening, this is what it's gonna be, you can see that we're improving, and this is why, right? It took a while, but we're doing it, right? The best example is the most high profile example is definitely an animatic battle, right? The latest animatic battle episode is a massive trust me bro, right? Like there's not actually a lot going on in it. It's just kind of like, yo, this is a show, it's still happening, trust me, here's a thing. And that's also kind of what's going on here a little bit. But I mean, the first thing that immediately takes place, well, the first thing that takes place is the Powered Up Studios logo, which got like, I think like mildly split, because there was like, last time we talked about this channel, I think it was WTBP, but it was like like it was Chris Animations and Powered Up Studio, but now they're divided because of something. I don't know. Like I think because they're trying to be like animation channels with like multiple shows. Like that's not a thing yet, but maybe one day. So I don't know. We'll see if that's the thing that will end up happening. But either way, we end up having ourselves the first scene, and right there from the beginning, you can tell that one thing that's kind of radiating throughout the entirety of this episode is a holy animation. The animation quality on this is mad, bro. Like Who's the Best Power animation was always pretty solid. Like it was definitely always very clean, right? But it wasn't very wow. Now it is clean and it is also wow. The angles and the movements are like especially more expressive than they were, which makes it feel very nice. Like I gotta admit, the show looks good. Like it looks very nice. On the animation side, we've absolutely done what we need, right? It's that type of animation quality that does 100% have me concerned about the health of the show, because it's definitively in the too good category, where it's like, okay, historically speaking, the shows that have this kind of I'm not gonna say generic aesthetic, but it's like, again, when you imagine classic object show aesthetic, right? Like if you imagine object show that looks good, I think this is probably how you would kind of imagine it, right? It's the more classic style, but like cleaned up to the max, right? Majority of shows that take on that style take ages. They take so long. I mean, like Double Down or like that type of stuff, like freaking Purgatory, right? Like those types of shows take like a tremendous amount of time. Which does get me definitely concerned about this, because it's very, very high level animation. It looks really nice, but it arrives at a cost. And I mean, so far, whether partially with the gap there's been between that and this, you can tell that there's definitely, like it's hurt it in some capacity as well. So I'd definitely be concerned about how sustainable it is. But in terms of does it look good? Oh no, it looks amazing. But yeah, Firefighter tries to talk to Propeller because the Propeller was getting distant. Again, like for example, that freaking frame, that freaking shot of top down of like the Propeller POV looking down at Fireflower, like that's so over the top. I love it. It's great. It's like, damn. like that, like it's that time stuff takes a while, but takes a while and it takes some ability. But anyway, the Ghost Mushroom proceeds to get Propeller off of it because they're doing a thing. I remember 100% what's going on? Not quite, but yeah. Also the lighting yet again on the top down view as Firefly walks away. And then we end up having Off and On, or Red and Blue, who have apparently invented a new thing. The colors, basically, right? Because it's easy, so that way when whoever switches, right, I can have the bow tie, so that way we know who is who easier, because people base it off the color, so that when we switch, it feels like I'm the one and I'm the other one, right? So the bow ties should theoretically help with that. This is a good system. I actually like that system quite a bit. The problem is that they're not fucking doing it. Those bow ties don't appear on a singular other shot with off and on switch. So what's the point of that? What's the point of that? Okay, cool system. I wish you used the bow tie. Did it burn when you get in the volcano? Like, what do you want? Like, alright, cool. Alright then. So, you're telling me good systems and not doing them. Alright then. I mean, fine. Like, do it, you do, I guess. Bro, okay. Some fellas are playing Monopoly. Unfortunate that we don't. It's a very non-Monopoly board. That's the most boring Monopoly board I've ever seen. But anyway, Mushroom proceeds to walk in and host the elimination, or the freaking pipe it up, and as the 186 votes, Poison Mushrooms yet again wins the prize, because I don't know, people feel bad for them, and they end up getting some double jump shoes, which are gonna help. Yep, they will. And then we end up having the final battle between Star and eventually also the super leaf, right? Because the super leaf ended up having the kind of beef with the regular Tanuki leaf. I think it's kind of in debate, like who's in the right and who's in the wrong. So that's kind of a little bit of a question. And then we end up having the star. Yet again, another good example of the over-the-top quality of animation is that, like, this gag where Star's eyes just, like, freaking walk, just freaking, like, go to the outer edges because of the breath, like, wait, right, like that gag. Like, again, that's the type of attention to detail. Right, like that type of thing. That's the type of attention to detail that I think is a solid example of it. Where it's like, it's really nice. It's like, it's always really hard to analyze that type of stuff because it's really nice. But at the same time, I don't know if I recommend it if we're getting episodes out every 8 months, you know? Like, if we're getting half episodes out every 8 months, well, I don't know. And this is the easier half. This is probably not even half. You think, no, this isn't the half. This would be like a third. This would be like a third of the episode. Like, it's not a lot. Actually, hold on a minute. Wait, the challenge has 4 phases. What is this challenge? Okay, well, I don't know. Anyway, Star gets eliminated. If I remember last episode, they were just kind of sleeping. Like, they got tired because they, like, I don't know, stayed up all night or something because they're a star. So they ended up kind of not really helping out at all. So they end up, pretty much bowing out for the episode and being a general nuisance. So yeah, they end up getting eliminated. Bye. And then it's time for the intro. The intro gets a renewal. The intro was I was a little bit bugged in the past 2 episodes, so we have a fixed variant of it. Yet again, very good intro. I actually enjoy it quite a bit. It's very relaxed, but now we get to see it in its like proper glory about like what it's theoretically supposed to look like, because it's kind of glitching out. And yeah, like you can see very clean movements dropping into the second pose. It's classic with a clean twist. It's pretty cool. And then we end up having the challenges. So we won't of course actually get to discuss this challenge in the terms of how it is. But Mushroom doesn't really seem to explain this challenge either. Personally, if we're doing the 4A 4B split, I would have actually just said the challenge. Like, I would have just explained the challenge. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that would have just been cool. Because at least if we got, like, because it allowed for, like, speculatory room, right? Like, if we just explain the entirety of the challenge, at least we can look at it and be like, okay, who would be good at this? Who's gonna win? Right? Like, we could theorize based on the challenge. In the same way, we're like, again, I don't know, I'm gonna take the animatic battle as an example, right? Like, if you took the animatic battle, like, for whatever, the challenge is a talent show and you get to kind of see, but they get to see the preliminary how people solve it. But like in general, it's like, you can kind of imagine, okay, who's gonna have good talent, right? You can speculate, but here Mushy doesn't like Mushy. Wait, are you calling Mushy or you call Mushroom? Mushy's the creator. Is Mush? No, I don't know. I don't remember. But I get confused. But like, here we kind of speculate because the first part of the challenge is jump to the top, jump up to the platform, to the top platform, and then 3 more phases. Like, what? Like, it would have been interesting. And I get it, and I get the reason why they don't do that is because, okay, overexposure equals getting bored, but overexposure does not equal getting bored when it's the end of the episode. Like, okay, I get that the 4A 4B split is supposed to be the it's a technical element more than it is in the show, but you can edit it a little bit. But like, you can always reset, because like it's kind of like, I'm thinking the freaking pointy episode, right? The BFTDI. Like, I'm pretty sure they explain all of the sectors immediately, right? They explain it. Like, okay, you gotta get up to the thing, you gotta fuel up your jetpack, then you gotta fly up, then you gotta make a bow. No, sorry. Then you gotta help the teardrop, then you gotta fly up, right? And like, even though as they go up, like the sector gets reintroduced one by one, but you have like the general view from it from the start. So that way you already know what you're looking into when you start, right? That's kind of what I believe. Does this actually matter that much? No, not really. But I will keep saying it. The blue mushroom gets to have limbs because they decided to. In the meantime, which I call the ghost mushroom. Yet again, I am washed at names. Okay, you're gonna need to bear with me. It's been 8 months. No, it's not been 8 months. It's been a good amount of months. And Yeah, we end up having the propeller who does not end up being allowed to do this challenge because, no jumping allowed, right? And unfortunately, I don't know, there's no power up that makes you have limbs, I guess. So the fellas proceed to do so, and then the challenge begins, and there we go, the episode's over. One detail which I don't know if I mentioned in the other times I did Who's the Best Power, but I do find it really interesting how much the TV is actively like a thing. You know, like the television is, you can see it. It's very brand. It's very identity, right? Because like it's not just like a host thing. You can see it that like, for example, I don't know, like when there's a stream going on, it's always on the side, right? Like it's themed around like the look of the backing of the TV. You can see here from this outro that it's like very much so. It's like we get to see the full screen of TV, right, with the face and everything, with like the face below any of the text, and then like as the credits pull in, the TV is like pulling them up. It's really interesting. Because it gives kind of like this television character like a bit more, like it gives them an existence. They're actively there, not just to read out votes, which is something that can definitely, you know, hurt a general co-host as well, right? Because sometimes a co-host existing but being just a read out the vote box can always be a little bit like kind of boring, right? And make a very one-note character compared, like it creates a dysfunctional situation where the co-host is super one-note, but the host is super in-depth because like they're the host, right? It ends up making like kind of, you know, a severe complication. But in this case, the TV does seem to have, like, you know, they have like a meta presence as well beyond just kind of being a readout the vote box, which makes it feel more present, right? Which I actually enjoy as well. Beyond, of course, just the fact that I've already complimented it before. I remember on the past episodes for being cute. I like the face. It's a good face, okay? And overall, there we go. That's the episode. Again, I don't know. Today I'm talking about things for way too long. I gotta like get better at that. Cause like if you think about it, I don't know. I've taken a look at about like 2 hours of stuff in this 4-hour video. But like in general, it's pretty cool. I don't know. It's pretty cool. I think the animation quality is very solid, but it's also very concerning for the future because it's an extremely high bar to set and an extremely hard bar to hit. But if it can, I mean, it's absolutely obviously looks stunning. But right now the show has given, I'm sorry, but absolutely zero like it's given zero faith that it can hit the bar, right? Like it's shown us a bar that's omega high, and I don't know, and so far it's not actually done any proof that it can deliver on it because and like, you know, like you could, and like I don't know if and the 4A 4B doesn't exuberate a lot of confidence either. Right? Like, I don't know if, because the decision to split this into 4A and 4B, especially when the 4A has such technically little substance, right? Like, we don't get to see a single inch of the challenge, which is, you know, the main crux of it, right? Like, 4B of this is probably 20 minutes. Right, like it's like there's a significant amount more in the 4B, but like when you think about it, thinking about the production decision to actually do this split, it's like something's up, you know. So something's up, and I think it can definitely be interpreted as a general lack of confidence, right? Because like, you know, usually you'd want a grand return to be omega good, right? And if you want a grand return to be omega good, you would want it to, of course, have the challenge and all of the spicy in it, so that everybody can be like, oh my god, we're so back, right? And like all of these things, you know. But like it ends up being a little bit you know, it ends up being a little bit more concerning in that aspect. But I'm not gonna read into it too much personally because you know, like whether 4A means that they weren't confident 4B was getting done for a long time, so that's why they made the 4A to try to hold people over, because like, oh shit, it's gonna take 4 more months. Like, I don't know if that's what's happening, but like all I do know is that it was pretty cool. And overall, They even dropped a sneak peek for 4B, so hopefully they can get it out. But overall, that is all for this episode. We're gonna drop by an outro. Alright, that is all for this episode of Object Catchup. Took a while, took a very long time, took 2 weeks this episode to release from the last one on ITFT. This is definitely my fault because, okay, I took the 3 days to, lock in on getting the short making tournament videos for the round done. Okay, cool. But then basically while I was making it, I got really into the idea of, actually doing the 50 object show songs in the one take. So I ended up actually doing that, which took me like 3 to 4 days to actually do, because I needed to get 50 songs. I need to organize them all, fetch them all, their videos. And I needed to actually learn all of the songs, but, at kind of the same time, so that I could reasonably perform it. And then I had to actually, of course, do it, then edit it together, then upload it, then sort out the stuff out. Right, like that actually took ages. And I did recommend it as a video. Again, like it's a video that, like, I'm personally passionate about it, right? Because I enjoy singing. And I wanted to give like as many songs as possible the opportunity to, of course, be sung. But like, I understand that I am not a good singer, so you may not enjoy the thing that you were witnessing, but I did want to point it out. In terms of how I'm generally feeling about the Object Catchup right now, is that I want to do more, but at the same time, it's motivation, dude. it's a significant kind of hit in both aspects, like, I have to be very focused usually to get a catch-up episode out, because but if my mind is wandering either for a different project on this channel or just a different thing that's going on, which there's a lot of additional things that happen in summer, other projects that I want to do outside of just my OSC career, which for as much again, I love it doing like the videos, of course, but like they take a lot of mind time, and if I'm just distracted, it's not going to get done, right? Because I go sit there doing an episode and I'm not going to think about the episode, right? If I'm thinking about something else, so I have to be 100% of me into it to actually do it. So that's kind of what's going on, but I do want it, like that's the difference. Like, I'm not motivated, but I want it. It's like it's a difficult thing to do to balance, but yeah, hopefully I'll be capable to. No catch up probably for still a little while, because I played Deltarune. I have to play Deltarune and all that stuff, but like I'll be on the work. Next episode will be 125, however, which is a special. Remember, every 25 episodes we take a look at a show that's not that wouldn't make it to the ecosystem otherwise. So we'll do that, and then it's a request episode. So in terms of the actual backlog, it's gonna be a bit until it actually gets kind of covered, but I'm trying my best, and hopefully we can get to it in due time. Yeah, very sorry if you've been somebody who's watching out. Like, there's a couple of people which I know have been waiting for the coverage for a while that have not really been able to fit into this video, because we're taking a look at the bigger, longer episodes. But like, I promise I'm trying to work on it. But again, I believe I can do it if I lock in. Absolutely. Like, whether I can catch up or not is dependent on how much time I devote to it. And in my opinion, I definitely can. It requires just a tremendous effort, and right now within the summer, it's I don't think I currently have the tremendous effort, but I'll try to do what I can. Hopefully at least the length of this episode, even though I don't take a look at that much content in it, right? Like, I take a look at about like 2 hours worth of stuff, but I talk about it for way more, because of them being kind of bigger shows, and how much I talk about it is directly reliant on how interested I am. But like, it's But like, I hope to give at least the episodes that I do cover additional information, right? That's kind of what I'm saying. Right now, I'm disappointing in sense of in sense of the things that I'm actually covering, right? In terms of the amount of catch-ups I'm doing. So at least when something finally waits its turn and gets the catch-up coverage, I'm at least gonna fucking lock in and give it a catch-up coverage to be proud of. Okay, but that's kind of what I'm saying. All right. Hopefully, I can get more catch-ups out. I really wanna, but we'll see if I can get that. See you next time on Object Catchup. Bye.